to see
Mentally
him.
and physically.
Yeah. But yeah, think with us still waiting on Cody, I think where I'd want to start would be with Nate's stuff. So shall we dive into that?
Yeah, I do not remember we were splitting up, but
If
Probably
my
shoulda.
character doesn't know about it, I would prefer to be excluded from the info.
Okay.
I'm assuming we're just gonna like find you in a forest or something.
Do you want to
Something.
not
explain the things that they would know about Nate going off, and then I'll rejoin the call?
Yeah, if you do want to be excluded from that, then that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. So y'all had gone to the pier and spoken to like the first mate of the Phoenix, and had gotten what information he had.
Yeah, that's right. I kind of remember that.
The major thing was basically that like he had headed directly to the west after interacting with the first mate.
Oh
and
yeah, the wall. Because I was like,
yeah,
let's
and
go look at the wall.
yeah, and so that's where you and Higgs were headed. We're gonna. I
Higgs got
think that
sidetracked by money.
I think what I was actually gonna say was that Higgs like got a little bit curious and would have gone off with the drug dealer guy instead of just kind of dismissing him. And
That
so
sounds about right.
that's where he's gone. He's doing something shady, and may or may not catch up with you guys later. We'll see where he lands.
Okay.
And Bermuda.
Okay. So yeah, you would have ended up continuing to make your way down the alleys and stuff after separating with him. It's like, well, okay, fine. I guess I'll take care of this. I assume. But yeah, you get to a part of the town where the buildings kind of open up, and you are greeted with the wall surrounding the edge of the city. You'd have pretty much it'd basically be like just what you see around your character on the map, where the wall comes up in a pillar, and off to the side there's those trees and a little bit of grass opening and stuff, as well as being able to see like a bit of that destroyed wall in the distance, across the lake. Investigation check would probably make the most sense to try to figure out what you would find in this area. So if you want to do that.
Investigation. And that. What did I get? 6. Good.
Yeah,
Very good.
Top quality. So you're just kind of investigating the area, giving it a look over as best you can. Doesn't really seem to be too much out of place. Any bricks that are out of place from the wall, it looks like that's only happened from age and time and such. The surrounding area doesn't really seem to have anything that's really upset in any way that wouldn't have happened from like standard foot traffic and people just moving about the area. Perhaps it's an area where kids would come to play around and stuff just because like they live in like their families live close by so that they can make it to work and stuff, and so they want something to do, and they've got this nice little wooded area to play around in. So that would probably be like the bulk of foot traffic kind of stuff that's going on here. So nothing really jumps out at you as being particularly out of place.
Just in case, I think I'm gonna do this.
Would you like to ritual cast it?
What is that again?
You add 10 minutes to the cast time, and casting it in that way does not consume a spell slot.
Then, yes, I will do that.
Okay.
I think detect magic can be that.
Yeah, it's got the ritual tag right up there, right next to where it says Divination 1.
Ritual, yeah.
Okay. So you would kind of just position yourself a little bit out of sight, take a seat, and start going through the motions of casting detect magic as a ritual. Once you do complete it, you would actually notice that there's extremely little magic. You would get a sense of You would get a sense of magical auras, like within one or two of the buildings in the surrounding area. Chances are it's just some personal belongings that they would have that may have some kind of enchantment on them. It's nothing really jumps out at you in this particular area, though. The wall seems normal,
Well,
and
looks like that was a bit of a waste of time.
waste of time maybe, but you didn't lose any resources, so it's really not a big loss.
Yeah, fair enough.
Um,
Well,
Unfortunately, as far as you can tell, it does very much look like this is, in the most literal sense, a dead end.
I kicked the wall dejectedly, and then my foot
Okay.
hurts for a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, you just kind of be like, back. Walk it off and get over it, and
I'd
you'd be okay.
smash my Ludo for you if it didn't want it to play.
And so you just like pull out your lute and just kind of strum a frustrated tune.
Flute senses are tingling.
Oop, shit.
Nice.
I dropped my loot.
That sounded
Oh no.
different
That
than I
sounded
thought
more
it
like
would
a
have.
die, in all honesty.
It did. It sounded like a small, hard plastic object that just went.
Well, it is a small plastic object.
Okay, but it sounded like a lot more solid than I would have ever expected a lute to be, even a
Okay.
fake one like that. Like,
Okay, so if I throw this light bulb against my wall, it should sound like rubber.
Well, it did knock off of both the the external hard drive and the actual wooden box it came in on the way down.
oh, if it actually came in a wooden box, that actually okay.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, I think that probably very well could have been one of the main things we heard, but I don't know.
It's a
Yeah,
box.
that sounds okay. Somehow it really did sound like dice falling, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where any of the multiple D20s I bought at one point got put. Only one that I know of is a big squishy one that I've got.
Okay.
I don't have any die. Makes me
Let's see. So yeah, you would have spent a few minutes investigating over in this area. You do have 10 minutes for the duration of Detect Magic. Would you want to explore any further while it's active? Would you want to see if you can move to perhaps meet up with the rest of the group or anything else you'd like to do? Go shopping with your 800 gold?
Do I have 800 gold?
Yeah, like you should have like 8 platinum pieces plus however much gold you started
yeah.
with.
I forgot about the platinum.
I mean, all of this is options. It is entirely up to you.
Yeah, I don't think I particularly need anything, so I'd probably just go wander off and try to find where everybody else went.
Okay. You would have with how things were planned out and like discussion of everybody's plan. You would probably have a good sense of generally where they would be. And so that would pretty much send you heading straight north. You could just like follow the outskirts of the city if you so desired.
Yeah.
Okay.
That way nobody will try to mug me.
Yeah.
And steal my loot. Both in both senses.
Okay. Given their circumstances versus yours, you would be a little bit behind on catching up to them. So stop it for a second. Yeah, let's just like that's good. We'll just put you right there for the time being, and we should be able to pick up there. Once Cody gets here, unless you want to move forward without him and just debrief him once he gets here. What are your feelings on that, Jen?
like for example, like hold person or dominate person, like anything like that, where I can't physically control my own body or whatever have. Like I want those to also include like I can't cast my spells.
Oh, okay. I was actually trying to think of like how we would handle, or like what the most appropriate way to handle using your mouth as arcane focus would be. Um, get a tongue piercing.
Well, a bard's instrument is considered as arcane focus.
Yeah, and so we
Just-
could.
Just get a
And
metal bar pierced through your opposite end of your jaw. Just
No, but the thing is, it's all. Wait, I should be something really weird then, like a Luxodon.
that sounds
Let's go.
amazing.
A beatboxing Loxodon.
Hell yeah!
Just
this is
Trump
coming-
just.
I mean, this is coming from the most basic bitch human blackguard possible.
Wait, no, I should play. No, I should make it a goblin bard, and most of the stuff is like hip hop.
Fuck no.
You know, just random things like that.
As long as it's a battle theme. Hell yeah.
Not gonna lie, if I was playing alongside a character like that, I would be a monk. I would have to be a monk. And just slamming hits along with the beat.
So no, that's how I get my inspiration.
Every anime character.
Oh god, freaking do like freaking hard monk. That would be an interesting thing to do.
No, if I wasn't good of a monkey, I would have to be like drunken master because I'm always fucking high. Come on. let's do it.
You good, Cody?
Yep, I'm good.
I examined the
Oh,
wall.
oh.
It was exciting.
It was maximum exciting.
I need the lighter to hit the bowl.
Okay.
Wasn't there the black one near you? Oh my bad. I'll mute while we're continuing to smoke.
Let me actually let's see. 13. Okay. No then. All right. So as we left off, y'all had ended up deciding to split the party to so that Ulbert and Oliver were going to investigate the point in the most directly west direction from the first mate, because that seemed like the most likely way for the jester to have gone if he was going to be like going as completely direct with his riddly words and stuff as possible.
And then he went and fucked off following some drug dealers.
Yeah, that's the excuse we're going
Wait,
with.
I'm sorry. Was that called?
I'd
Do what?
like one drugs, please.
Oh, yeah. How much you want?
One.
Come on, at least go with the joke, man.
Hey, get 2 grams of some of that
The stuff.
Yeah,
snow.
yeah. Can I get some black tar heroin?
I want to get some Charlie Sheen.
Charlie, sir, we're all out. Get out.
Winning.
Can I get some of that fancy unicorn that you have?
Oh, you want some Fruity Loops?
Hell yeah.
Okay,
All right, bet.
go download it off of Google.
That's an actual strain of weed, by the way. Look it up.
Oh. It's also a program that helps you make music.
Ooh,
mode.
It's also almost cereal.
yeah.
'Cause that's
Almost.
fruit.
I live in
Yeah.
Denver, which has like medical weed legalized, and the city is a mile above sea level, so it's the Mile High City. And there is a dispensary just down the road called the Mile High Dispensary, and it's the best name for the thing, pretty much ever. At
It's
least I
up there.
think so. I want to know how many people tried to get that and then find that it's denied because somebody else already took it. I'm
Yeah.
sure that's how it
Well, I'm
works.
gonna let the DM talk because I'm really excited to play my character.
Yeah,
Do it.
and okay. So as we were, let's see, y'all were about to arrive at the storage area where they basically like keep excess product while it's being processed and set up to be shipped off to other stores in Torgren. Um so y'all will be arriving there. It'd be the kind of place that would actually probably just allow you to get in pretty easily. Let's see. Well, um okay. Actually, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Y'all get up to pretty much where y'all see yourselves to be on the map. You arrive at that point and there's a couple of gentlemen outside and it's like one of them kind of steps up and he's pretty good natured about it, but he's got some uncertainty in his eyes. He approaches, he says, "Hey, what are y'all doing here? Is there something we can do for you?"
I approach the man and immediately ask him a question. We are looking for the jester. Apparently, he went from the dock and west. We need to go into the storage area to see if there's any clues.
That the hmm. The jester, you say, is
Yes.
hmm. Well, oh, all right. Hold on just a minute. And he would uh make his way back into the building. He would like you'd see him kind of just trotting along, armor jangling as he goes. And uh let's see. He would yeah, he'd stay gone for a couple minutes. While he's gone, the other gentleman at the gate would step up and he's say, "I heard you say that the jester's missing. Is something going on? What do you mean you're looking for I don't understand."
He just never showed back up to the kingdom at all. And he's been missing for
About
3
two
weeks?
about
To
2 weeks.
about 2? Okay. He was been missing for about 2 weeks.
Hmm. Well, that's concerning. I was always quite fond of the jester. It's terrible to find out that something has happened to him. And you and there's been very do you have any idea where he might have gone? Anything that might have happened?
Everything we've turned up has been nil. It's either he's been from point A to point B to point C. That's why we're here.
Whispers on the wind, basically, Margaret would add.
Yeah, what she said.
Hmm. Sounds like you're turning up a lot of dead ends then. Well, if you're coming here, that's rather peculiar. I usually see him elsewhere in the city if I see him at all, but I haven't heard anything about him coming here, but he would turn around. The other guard would be coming back. He would step up and say, "Well, doesn't seem that anyone else really knows anything about it, but I don't really see anything that would cause any particular problem if you were to come in, take a look around." Uh,
It would be crucial if we could get in right now. Start investigating
Better than nothing.
because as of right now, I don't know if for, and we are trying to figure out clues. So we split across the city. There's 2 people on the further, directly south of us. I have no idea what they've turned up, and this is our own pop hour. I say for Margaret and I, this is our own lead. So please let us through.
Look,
Just
even if you want to accompany us as we're looking through, we're just looking for clues about the jester. If you want to assign both of us escorts, we don't care, man. We're only here for the jester.
uh, okay. You would hear a voice like off to your left. To art
It's coming
thou,
from the water.
to art thou, I have been captured. Yeah, off to your left, like kind of near the water, probably towards the water's edge.
Hey, you heard that too, right, Margaret?
Yeah, what the hell was that?
And and then I immediately look and point at the 2 guards. You 2 heard that as well, right? I'm not
Y-
going crazy.
Yes, I heard that. They'd be looking as well. There doesn't appear to be any visible signs of anyone in that location. Like there'd be a couple of people that would have paused to look around. That's just kind of general foot traffic, but over on the edge of the city, foot traffic in the first place is kind of thin. Doesn't look like anybody really understands where that might have come from.
Let's go check that out.
Yeah, because, yeah.
I mean, for all we know, the gesture could be fuck Jesus or something. I don't give a shit anymore. Now you got me saying.
Jeez, Jeez, your players must love you.
Look, me.
Yeah. Oh my God. The disrespect is thrown.
Okay, so I assume that y'all step away from the gentleman at this particular spot to go and investigate that. Um,
I do. I don't know
Yeah,
what Margaret's doing.
Margaret would be following in tow, very, very curious, trying to place the voice and like the manner of speaking, since it's not anything from like typically around that she's heard in this village, town, whatever. Really?
the voice did seem rather elegant and poetic, but
Yeah, they're
it's not a voice that was of any particular familiarity to you.
Okay.
yeah, and from everything that I've heard, there's not the whole entire town is not fucking speaking Shakespearean shit.
Okay.
Doth, I say, and nay.
I'll give you with nay. No, I'm not doing it. What the fuck are you waiting? Meanwhile, Dimes is really digging deep into that mind of his, and I'm scared.
Sorry, hold on. Multifaceted situation. Just a second.
Now I'm really scared.
So would I have been close enough to hear that too?
No, this
Okay.
probably would have been like around the time that you were like finishing your ritual and continuing to investigate over by the wall.
Okay, so
So
I should still be over
you,
here.
yeah, you've still got a little bit going on with what you're doing.
Gotta kick that wall. It's very important.
Um, sorry. But yeah, as you're kind of like exploring around, it would still seem pretty empty. About how far out do you think you would end up going to try and see if you would be able to spot anyone or anything? Um,
I'd say literally at the coast, if you see where the bump here, right there.
Okay, so you would be willing to go around to that little. Okay.
I mean, I would. I don't know about more.
Yeah, she'd be coming along, but one thing she would also be doing is every now and again, just for the sake of curiosity, and since it seemed to have come off the coast, she'd be picking up small pebbles along the way, using the light cantrip on them, and then tossing them into the lake, just kind of get a little bit of extra illumination for anything that might be like relatively close on shore.
Hmm. Okay. You wouldn't. You wouldn't see anything in particular in terms of like things being illuminated by the rocks dropping in. As you came around the bend right about here, though, you would hear the same voice and the same line coming from actually about the point where Azrael had just said that he was on his way to. So just like right around here, just like near the edge of the coast and stuff, you would have heard, "To watch thou, I have been captured," again.
Is it louder or softer?
It would seem as though that's like the particular spot that it was coming from. So like in terms of proximity, it would be louder, but it wouldn't be of any. It wouldn't seem that they had raised their voice any.
Okay.
Is the cadence of the tone or the tone any different from how it was previously said? Like, is this, and I'm aware of this basically going off just hearing this twice, but does this sound like it was a recording that's been played back, or does this actually sound like somebody speaking and like
Um,
calling out in two different times?
I actually think I'd like to call on an intelligence check for the comparison purpose of that. Won't be a terribly hard
Got
DC,
it.
but yeah. Okay.
Uh,
You're not absolutely certain on it, but it does sound like it's pretty close to identical.
All right.
Pretty close.
Yeah, Margaret would say something along the lines then of, "This could be a trap." I'm aware that sounds incredibly dumb given the circumstances, but I swear that voice sounds identical to how it was just said.
honestly, I'm going to believe you on this
But
because
that being,
A,
I mean, yeah, that being said, though, it's not exactly as if we can just ignore this. We still have to
no.
proceed, but be on your guard. Not that I
Oh,
fucking
got
care.
it.
He would add under her breath.
Don't fucking tell me that you don't care and then say be on your guard. It's one or the other. There is no gray area here. I don't give two shits what
I
this
am a
skin,
gray area.
and I will throw you into fucking gray matter if you keep this shit up.
Yeah.
Well then.
God damn it.
Okay, so does that mean that you were bickering for a little bit and then continuing on towards that point, or?
Yes.
Probably only about as long as that, so like less than 30 seconds.
Okay.
Hmm. I am, however, or Margaret rather, is going to go ahead and cast a charge of mage armor on herself.
Okay. All right. Oh. All right, roll it. 'Cause that's a spell with a level.
Yep, okay. D100. Let's do it. Oh, that's 2D100. No, it's not. Never mind.
Oh Jesus.
Oh, that's actually. Aren't the higher ones like really, really good?
I
Let's see.
don't
89?
remember.
89 was it?
Yeah.
Okay. You see, as you're kind of walking along, Margaret kind of starts moving her hands. The energy glows and then flashes out in a just a burst of white for a moment. You would kind of flinch from it, and then when you open your eyes, she's gone.
Margaret?
Yeah, what?
You can't hear.
What? What? Jesus Christ! Now one more person fucking disappears on me. Oh.
All right, as he is doing that, let's see. Can I look at one of my things real quick here?
I just want to feel like that fucking guy with the megaphone in fucking Day of the Dead. Hello! Is anyone there? Hello?
Oh, is that what that's from? Okay,
Yes.
that actually explains a lot. Okay, that was on a
Yeah.
Gorillaz album. Anyway,
Yeah, it should be H1Z1. Yeah, no,
Okay.
M1A1.
So suddenly, in front of you, Margaret appears again.
Huh?
wait, for how long is it? Oh, wait.
No, she appears
Oh.
because of minor illusion.
Okay, the two of her appear then.
Wait, wait. Hold.
Because as soon as you cast a spell, the effect ends.
So she's going to sit there silent, but have her minor illusion start saying, "I'm right here." I guess my
Well-
cursed blood apparently decided to fuck up another cast of a spell that I did, but I'm right here. So just continue, and I'm just assume that I'm with you for however long this lasts.
So wait, is Margaret still invisible while I'm talking to the dummy?
No,
Because
both are
I
there
don't- I
now.
don't-
But both are
Yeah.
there now, but one of them is talking. You don't know which one.
I'm assuming that you probably would have cast minor illusion like as close to yourself as possible, and so you would probably have like a feeling of double vision. Because she would probably be like slightly off center
Yep.
on herself, and so they would just be like double vision Margaret talking to you. Also, last session that we had, I screwed up. Minor illusion is sound or image, so I messed up on that.
Okay.
Still struggling to try and fucking differentiate which one's real. Literally starting to fucking cross his eyes and going crazy. What the
At which
fuck
point-
is going on?
Good old wild magic.
Slowly, his fucking mind evolves into Adrian Black and starts screaming nonsense.
Sanity check.
Okay. Fuck.
You start seeing bats every now and then, just out of the corner of your eye. Oh, hey,
Fucking
Vix.
cat.
Did you call for a cat? Is what he's saying in cat language, probably.
Yep, he is being an adorable cat.
Yeah, he is. Okay. I'm going to. All right.
Hold on. Let's see. So y'all would have definitely been able to make it like over into this area. You should get over here. There would you would definitely be able to see like there's still nobody here. The water appears to be undisturbed aside from the ripples in the water where Margaret had cast the stones into the lake. Like there'd be just the ripples from that, but that would be the only signs of the water having been disturbed. And as you're looking into the area, you would hear further off to your left, over towards the thickening trees. Aren't thou curious of the hidden and unknown?
So is that like under the cover of like the trees you said?
It would be coming in the direction of the little thicket over here off to the side. Yeah, that area. It would be like in that direction.
Okay. Margaret's immediately gonna pick up a small stone, cast light on it, and fling it in that direction.
Okay. It's actually quite a ways off from where you are, I will say.
Okay, if it's more than just like a casual toss, then
Can
no, not yet.
like
can
the estimate I have for in terms of like distance and stuff is like the edge of the water next to you guys, like to y'all to the left of where y'all's token is right now, between there and the buildings is approximately 50 feet. And so from there to the thicket down here would probably be like a good 100 or so. So
Okay, yeah.
it'd be a bit
Yeah,
of a
no,
toss.
yeah, she'd be doing it like probably within like 40
Okay. Um,
what if
if we close to that point.
what if Margaret casts light on the pebble and then hands it to me so that way I can chuck that son of a bitch?
If you don't bring it up, she's probably not going to think about it.
yeah.
Okay, Margaret, cast light on the pebble, hand it to me, and I'll fucking chuck that son of
Okay, sure. Here you go. She picks one up, lights it up, hands it over.
a yeet.
Okay. I, you know what? Let's see. Yeah, just give me a raw strength check.
Okay.
18. Okay.
Fuck
Yeah,
yeah.
you get some good distance. Uh, you get some good distance. Let's see. Off of that, yeah, it would probably like this little wooden thing right here. It would probably like bounce off of that with it, just like thunk, and continue on into the area. Um, you would let's see. Perception check as well, actually, with that.
I assume both of us should roll this, since we're probably both looking over in that direction.
That would make sense. Let's see. 16. Okay. Uh, as the light illuminates the area, um, Margaret would have kind of just a glimpse of what appears to be something in one of the trees. You don't get a clear look in the slightest in terms of like what it is. It's just enough that you're aware that something is there, and you're definitely too far off to get any kind of real information.
Would I have heard that
Um,
voice? Or am I still being
oh,
angry at the wall?
Actually, from where you are, the most recent one probably would have been within earshot. And about this time, probably would be realistic for you to have been wrapping things up and making your way over.
Okay, doggy.
Margaret would point that out, that there is something in the trees, but not exactly sure what it is. And again, just say, we obviously have to keep investigating. Just be on your guard.
But you don't really give a shit now.
You know, the cursed blood I have, I could start casting some spells right now and just see what kind of trouble we could get into.
Look, you cast a fucking fireball on here, and I will make sure I am 30 feet away from
Excuse me, sir. That's a third level spell. Y'all are level 3. Get out.
It's already
Wild
happened.
magic. Yeah.
Wild
It's already
magic.
happened.
Oh,
Wild
that's
magic.
wild magic. Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, I'm just letting you know that's not okay. Broken.
Yeah, the thing is though, it's centered on yourself, so it's a little bit less broken because you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, you essentially become what do you call it? Suicide bomber for a split second.
Yup.
The only bad thing about it is that you don't know when the bomb's going off.
Yep.
Yep. And this was
That's
a
the
bomb
scary
that
thing.
was and this was a bomb that was done after combat when I was just trying to heal myself.
Yup. It's like healing word. Boom.
And I was the
Okay,
only
then.
one that was just 5 feet away from the blast radius. So everyone else and our horses would have been dead.
But I called a mulligan. I was like, man, I don't want to just like scrap everything.
A bit
Yeah.
too early in, yeah.
Okay, well,
Anyway,
I'll let you continue. My bad.
yeah. So I suppose that everyone's going to be encroaching. Let's see. Oliver, as you like would make your way towards the trees, you would see two familiar looking figures off to your right. Kind of approaching the same area that you are. And you would actually also see like a glowing light in the middle of the thicket in front of you as well.
Okay, well, I'll go up to them Tell him, hey, Ulbert kind of wandered off for some drugs or something.
As
You guys find
usual,
anything good?
we're hearing voices. Did you hear anything? Because we have.
Yeah.
And then Margaret split into two, but you know.
So I guess
That
putting
magic of
y'all,
It
hers, huh?
happens.
I guess putting y'all about here would probably be the most realistic meeting point, I suppose.
That's about right.
Yeah. Okay. We'll just use Azrael's token for it. Okay. Anyway, proceed.
I'm going to roll for investigation on the immediate area.
Probably
Trace-
a good call.
What the fuck is going on? Because there's something here, and I want to know what the hell it is, or if it even exists in this mortal plane or in a completely different one. Although I can't do the latter.
Sounds like a plan.
Fuck.
Well,
I have a +5. Fuck.
Yeah, Margaret would also start poking around, see if she can uncover anything.
Okay. Well, at the very least, you would know which tree to be looking towards because you had spotted something in a tree before, and it does not appear to have moved.
That tree's not moving. I find it suspicious.
I mean,
Fuck
okay.
you, nature.
okay, well, I'm gonna do this, but not as a ritual this time.
As you would just have begun the somatic components for that, you wouldn't have finished them yet because I don't really want you to eat a spell slot if that's not necessarily going to be necessary. You would hear a voice again, just a little deeper in the thicket, and that would be a bit deeper than before. The story will unfold.
Okay.
Still casting?
Nah.
No. Okay.
It said a thing, so. Yeah.
Let's see.
For what it's worth, Margaret would immediately try to ascertain its direction.
Actually, thinking about everything, you probably still would have had the concentration on your ritual cast to detect magic, because 10 minutes is a good while, and you're definitely not a 10-minute walk from where you currently are.
Okay.
So, as the voice begins, you actually would have noticed further into the thicket a magical signature from incidentally the same tree that Margaret would have been paying attention to.
That tree might be magic.
Well, further up into the tree, rather. Upon further inspection, you would have noticed that it was a bit of illusion magic.
Ooh, that's a bit of illusion magic. I tell them, so now they know.
Okay.
Since you technically don't exist on the same plane, being a DM and all that.
Interesting. Margaret would immediately try to rack her brain for any sort of information similar to anything she's run across before and researching in books.
Hold on. You say that one more time?
Basically, she's just gonna pick over her own brain real quick and see if there's anything about what we've seen and the the fact that it's illusion magic, to see if she can identify or basically tell us anything more, just based off her previous research, being a acolyte.
Okay. Let's see. If you want to, I mean, it would actually be kind of easy for you to identify at the very least that the illusions going on are at the very least, so far as you can tell at a glance, within the bounds of the same illusion magic that you've cast within the past few minutes.
Okay. Yeah, then Margaret would point that out. There's nothing terribly complex about this. This seems like some fairly elementary illusion magic. So it's not like this is coming from like some sorcerer on high or anything.
Hear another voice. Come closer. The gods are very patient.
Okay, first of all, fuck no. Immediately, just as fucking done, takes out his sword and starts going for the fucking tree and just wants to fucking chop it. Just fucking full on, just whack that son of a bitch.
Just running straight at the tree that the two of them have been staring at and just ah!
Yep, pretty much. He's fucking lost it.
Sure, give me that attack roll.
While he's doing this, Margaret would take a cautionary look around for any town guards who don't take kindly to vandalism.
The area seems really clear. Okay.
That tree's got to have some massive AC.
You don't get a clear shot in at it. The blade just kind of wedges into the bark a little bit without cutting deep.
Well done. Sure showed that
Best
tree.
bit yet.
Okay, so when you glance around to see if there's any guards about, and then when you look back to where the tree is, you would see that the what little you had actually seen of the figure in the tree is now gone. Yeah.
Okay. To which Margaret would point that out and then add, there's a decent chance it was just an illusion. But the range of illusion magic, at least at the elementary level, is not the longest, so we should still basically keep an eye out, because they could be very close.
So you're saying this is someone that knows basic illusion magic?
At the very least, yes.
They're struggling to try and get the fucking sword out of the goddamn tree.
I mean, you'd just kind of be wedged into the bark a little bit. It'd just be a little bit of a wiggle, and you've got it free.
Oh, okay. I was expecting like a full on, and then me like fucking putting my foot up and just. Oh, I should have used the man. All right. Let's comb the area. See if we can find anything. If this person that knows basic illusion spells, then he must be around here somewhere.
Oliver, you would get another vibe of a magic aura off to your left. Up in one of the trees again. And everybody would hear, "The gods have spoken about today. They have been eagerly waiting."
More shenanigans in the trees.
All right, that fucking.
I'm assuming Oliver points at a tree and Ezreal rushes it again. Is this what we're doing today?
I mean, fuck it. This time he'll pull out the golden mace.
That was an axe.
It's a hammer.
It's a
Hammer, that's it.
Yeah, Warhammer.
But fuck it, he's gonna start wrestling that son of a bitch and then going for that tree. God, fucker!
It's actually the one to
Margaret
the
would
left
lean
of that
over.
tree.
Margaret would lean over to Oliver as dude is pulling out this warhammer and be like, "Isn't that the one he nearly bashed his own face in with?"
Uh-huh.
Hey, you shut the fuck up. I won that battle, okay?
Sure.
Come here, fucker. Where are you?
Oh gosh.
Is he off his meds? Does he have meds? Can we get him some?
Hang on. Let's see. Huh. Okay, sorry to take you off your spell sheet, but I'm checking something. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I do.
All right. Incidentally, y'all's passives are actually good enough for this. So, as Azrael's rushing another tree and battering it with a hammer, y'all would end up hearing just a little bit of rustling up above you, and you would see a very small figure hopping about between the trees. Seems to be oh shit, actually. Oh, actually, yeah, that would probably be the biggest thing, I think, would be you see a very small figure hopping about between the trees coming closer towards you. It would not be doing so at any kind of an aggressive pace in any real capacity, just gradually moving closer. The thing that would really give it away, though, would be the faint clattering of a pot against one of the tree branches. It would be stifled quickly, but it would the sound would be there.
Oi, hammer bro. Dude in the tree. Leave the tree alone, please.
Or is he raging and is too angry to stop battering the tree with a hammer?
Somebody
Dunno.
need to class change to a barbarian.
Hey, if you've been through the shit that I was just put through for however many fucking days it's been with this gaggle of folk, and for one fucking jester for a goddamn favor for the king, you would be this fucking stressed as I am. Okay?
In his defense,
Sure.
one of our number was constantly threatening people with fire hand something magic.
Burning hands.
Burning
And I don't
touch,
think it
thank
was
you.
people. I think it was specifically me.
Not just you, Oliver.
Yeah, he threatened like
literally
at least three
anyone,
Well,
shopkeepers.
fucking literally just anyone. A little fucking kid that just crossed his path. Like, hey, what the fuck are you doing in my alley? Well,
yeah.
it's fucking burning hands.
I meant
Fuck
of the
you,
rest of
kid.
us. It was usually me.
Yeah, well,
And
we
random
also want
people.
to toss you off a cliff because
Yes. I know.
Speaking of, where did that guy run off to?
Drugs,
still, like-
remember?
Oh,
drugs
okay.
apparently. 'Cause
Yeah.
God knows he's doing some drug deals now. I don't fuck.
I mean, with all the money we got from selling that gold armor, it really wouldn't surprise me.
Hell, all we know is he's probably, doing some fucking skooma trading. I don't know.
Okay. During all of the bickering that's going on, the two of you that had spotted the individual would see them working their way into some armor, and then once it had finally been donned, covering it with a coat. And then finally climbing down into view.
Azrael getting his fucking warhammer ready.
Upon this very, very small 2-foot tall figure, you would see a kobold wrapped in a very, very large fur coat fitting to her size. I apologize for what I have done, but I had a few questions.
What the hell are your questions? Because all I've been hearing is fucking voices. And you know what? I'm honestly getting tired of this shit.
I'm sorry. And who are you?
I'm Azrael, and these are my friends. One of them has gone off to be a drug dealer. I don't know, slowly lowering the warhammer, and then immediately picking it back up, just ready for anything. And we're here trying to look for a fucking jester.
I'm going to back deeper into the shadows since you're pulling out your warhammer.
Good
At this point,
call.
Margaret would add, Relax, relax." He gets very he's very enthusiastic, to put it nicely.
I'll fucking show you enthusiastic in a minute, you goddamn son of a bitch.
You hear a voice in your head from the hammer. Yeah!
Yeah! Football! Immediately just fucking smacks his head with the hammer.
Pertaining the jester, you folk have been the first I have heard to have actually known of its disappearance.
Yeah, it does seem weird that nobody else really seems to have any inkling whatsoever, and yet here, the four of us were wandering around. Nobody else seemed any the wiser. So yeah, that is kind of suspicious. I take it from what you said. You obviously know of the disappearance as well, right?
I've heard it from a few. As to which particular individuals had said so, I am not certain. But I am on my way over to the ship called Phoenix, and it seems as though I might need some help.
Help. We were actually just over there. Could you elaborate?
Well, what did you find?
Margaret would kind of like look around to her two compatriots who were there and just kind of shrug and say, "Honestly, we didn't find basically anything. The only lead we got pointed us vaguely in this direction, unless
All
I'm
right.
misremembering."
I have spoken to someone from the Institute, and I would like to look around the ship myself.
Institute?
Yeah.
Azrael immediately. He's exhausted now, just puts down the hammer. Well, sheathes.
You what?
I
You
Look.
sheath your hammer.
Let's go with like holster it on your side or something.
That's a magical item in itself. That's a magical fucking sheath.
Swing hammer. Oh god, like a folding weapon that just, as you draw it, it unfolds into whatever kind of weapon you want it to be, but it sheathes as a sword.
Mhm.
That could be fun.
What was the info from Elven Man I spoke to?
Let's see. Oh shit, what did I tell you?
I mean, that's both of our faults on this one.
It is. The information you would have gotten was that basically like the most information that they had about his heading out of that particular city was that he was off to see a phoenix.
Oh yes, that's right. Okay. I had heard something. Rather, actually, I have interests in looking around this ship from someone I had spoken to before.
Well, like my compatriot just said, we were there and we found nothing. But we can go
What?
back again.
We might be looking for a little more than one thing. We need to take at least a broad look.
Yeah, in his defense, we did basically just look for things pertaining to the jester. Margaret would add. We weren't really. There might be other knowledge here that we just weren't aware of when we were doing our investigation. I still, admittedly, there's still something about that ship and just the way those folks acted that still has me set slightly off.
It's not just Azrael would interject. It's not just them. It's literally everyone. Every single person we ran into just suddenly has the same answer that rings off of everyone's lips. They were very fond of him. They haven't seen him. The last time they seen him, he was doing this, he was doing that. It's the same thing over and over again.
All right, well, I believe we would get more done if we were actually moving closer.
All right, well, if our objective is the ship, then let's go back to the Phoenix, because in all honesty,
It's still the best lead we've got.
It's not just that. It's like you were just saying, Margaret. There's something more about that crew.
And there was
In all
nothing
honesty, when I
suspicious
met
about the
them-
wall.
Thank you,
We'll
thank
get
you
about
for your
the
input.
wall. We'll talk about the wall later. I've also noticed that there's a little scrape on your shoe. What did you?
Dude, the wall wasn't suspicious, so I got upset and kicked it a little bit.
And you were giving me shit for going after a bunch of trees.
Well, you took your
Margaret
like,
would walk
hammer.
over to the
I kicked
kobold,
it
kind of like
once.
lean down and say, "This happens a lot."
That's what I
I'm
get
surprised you guys are
being
like
in
even
goof
acting.
mode.
I'm surprised you guys are even acting like this, talking to a kobold.
Margaret doesn't fucking care.
Look, we've just had a half undead sorcerer, a loot wearing or a loot wielding bard, fucking keep throwing rose petals everywhere, and now we almost had a fucking. Oh, wait, can't say the mulligan. Let's see here. Single-handedly take down a manticore.
Okay, help me put a voice to the name real quick for everybody.
The one who was just talking, which I think is Jin officially the deepest voice out of the three of y'all?
Wait, who?
Hi.
Azrael. Azrael is the one who just said
Oh.
hi.
Okay.
The giggling just came from Oliver.
Yeah,
And
All right.
my voice is
and
dumb.
then we have Margaret / Cody, who is
Okay.
That
What do
Yu-Gi-Oh.
all of your characters look like?
Margaret is the Asimar. Very very, very plain clothes that are extremely dirty and ill-kept. Wings that are matted down with the dirt and such. I should be letting them describe so that you can hear their voices and get a feel for them. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Is there a place where I can post an image of my character specifically?
In the
You
Discord.
can do that in the chat, can't you?
Yeah, just drop it. Just drop it in the D&D channel on the Discord. That'd be fine.
And for what it's worth, it might also be worth like changing your nickname or whatever to represent. So I went ahead and just changed my thing on the Roll20, so you can see who I am and who my character is, as well as over here in Discord.
How the hell would you
In which
Roll20?
Roll20? Click on the cog, My Settings, and then you can change your display name right there. So yeah, the Asimar who came up to you is not like hobo unkempt, but definitely doesn't really seem to care about her appearance. Very, very plain, long white hair. The only part of her that's really dirty is her wings, basically just through lack of use, lack of care. On the shorter side, a little not, but she's not exactly frail, so she doesn't have that sort of like classic sort of like hobo look or anything like that. If anything, she's sort of like a dichotomy because it's a fairly good looking woman in very plain clothes with dirty matted wings who just doesn't seem to care, but isn't unhealthy.
Well, as soon as I get prestidigitation, you clean, buddy.
Azrael is blackguard, just wearing full on black chainmail, more like a Black Knight kind of helmet, wielding a sinister looking sword, which I need to find here. That. And there's he's very palish skin, so it's almost gray, and it's almost like there's an aura to him, but whether it's evil or it's good, even he can't discern it.
Okay. So you're the one adorned in armor.
Yes.
Okay. And then the last one, which is
Oliver.
profile picture fuckboy.
Yeah, basically that.
Oh, okay. That's what your character looks like?
Pretty much.
Okay, that's all I need. I did send my character. It's the kobold holding the bolts of fire in each hand.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
If you're not familiar, I believe kobolds are generally considered like by default, I think they're like lawful evil. So they're not exactly commonplace. For what it's worth, your character
I am very out of place.
Yeah, for what it's worth, you wouldn't know, but Margaret is a disciple of Soon, and Soon believed that all beauty and goodness and whatnot is internal rather than external. So she literally doesn't care. She's just like, hey, whatever, you haven't attacked me or done anything that I can see evil yet. So until proven otherwise, I'm going to believe you're a good person inside.
I'm going to get smited.
And on top of the fact that I should have also mentioned that Azrael used to be a member of the Great Paladin.
We don't necessarily need to get into
the Great what?
But Grey Paladins.
Yeah, that.
I'm going to let you know on my character's opinion. She gives no shits. Like I'm not trying to be rude as a person. I'm just saying my character would literally not care.
Oh yeah, it's totally fine.
Anyway,
you could tell me you're a king of kings. I'll look at you and be like, all right, you want to play cards?
Yeah, sure. I got a stack right here.
Hey, don't make me get my magic deck. Come on, put it away.
Okay. Somebody say 3 dragon candy.
Anyway.
So among all the bickering and stuff, y'all would hear the telltale signs of a crackling noise back behind you towards the building that y'all had just walked away from, followed by an explosion. As you would look over towards the storage building, you would actually see where several pieces of rock had shattered off of the building and were floating in the air, and then came back towards the building. They seemed to go past the wall that they had previously been a part of and probably further into the building.
I'm in quick pursuit.
Good thing we didn't go in there.
Mark would be right behind. And probably yelling out what happened?
Yeah,
I would say you guys don't know my character's name, which is Dhiddi. Spelled not how you would expect. But you aren't gaining ground on her. She's staying in front of you. Kobolds actually have a 30-foot movement speed, so I don't have a 25.
Yeah.
So if you were expecting I was slower, that's not the case.
And I would just be kind of jogging behind, keeping up, but not really sprinting.
Yeah, Margaret at first might have been trying to not run as fast, but as soon as she realized she was actually being left behind, would have gone up to as fast as she could have run.
Okay, so... Oh, and Azrael, how are you? Are you a hot pursuit as well? Are you hanging back saying...
full on. He's just full on.
Okay. All right, based on response time, that'll put our kobold friend up front, then Margaret.
Also, I would like to look for anything else moving as I'm running after following these objects.
Okay. You don't necessarily see anything uh, happening like around the building in terms of like specific activities that would be the major particular thing. In terms of other movement around the building, though, the guards that had been standing outside that had confronted the rest of the party prior to, they would be headed back into the building. It's
Are they
and the
rushing?
uh, yeah, they would be making definitely making haste towards it. Any any hesitation would basically be due to confusion and what the hell is going on. The townsfolk around would like the just the few that are on the outskirts of the city are would have paused to look over at it. There there would be very little in the way of city authority and like city like law enforcement stuff coming to the rescue. It would seem
Okay.
that pretty much all of the security is already like at this location.
How many people?
Um, in terms of ones that are visible from outside of the building, it would really just be the two that you had run into.
Okay, cool. I'm casting minor illusion to make another explosion sound come off in the distance, not towards the house, like almost the entirely opposite direction.
Okay.
Eh,
Um. Well, wait. So like, hold on. So like, you would be wanting to cast a minor illusion to create an explosive sound on like the buildings that are inland, or like towards the storage building, or what?
we're running around the storage building right now, right? That's where the rocks were.
Well, my thought was y'all would be like approaching like this little bridge thing that's heading towards it. If you
Okay.
wanted to, like, as you get there, as you like arrive at the building, cast minor illusion to like create an explosion sound again, then by all means have at it.
Okay. Well, I'll say whichever. I'm just trying to throw off their direction and have them go run after something else that will come up meaningless.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, as you would close in on the building, you'd be able to cast that and probably add to the confusion that was going on a bit. Um, the doors would be wide open
Oops.
as the others had just kind of rushed through and not paid any attention to securing the doors, just focusing more on what the hell was going on. Uh, as you're leading the charge into the building, you would see a few people who had been like late to the party, kind of redirecting their attention towards the new explosion sound. And as you move further in, it would be a little bit to navigate it, but in terms of like just trying to push towards that direction, probably wouldn't be that hard. In particular, it would after a couple of rooms, it would open up into a larger um like a larger area that's basically just oh, what should I say, like a packaging area kind of thing. And so like uh people would have been like moving boxes of goods like fruits, vegetables, things, just various things to sell. And this would just basically be like mostly like their warehouse storage area and like where they finished packing things to prepare for that. And in the back of this area, you would see where the wall had been blown out. Um, and on your way in, there would be a small number of guards that would rush past you, almost trampling you. You just kind of dodge out of the way a little bit as they go past. Um, and uh, they'd be kind of just screaming like "run for your lives" kind of thing. As you get into the room, you would notice a large stone figure uh, s- standing, moving sluggishly, and occasionally just dropping a fist onto a guard. They'd be striking at it, their blows making very little impact on it, and like largely just deflecting as he's like just swinging his arms and knocking them away as he
Okay.
trudges through them.
Um, I'm going to cast thaumaturgy to make my voice boom up to 3 times as loud.
Sure.
Leave the area if you want to protect your lives. And then I'm going to cast. I'm going to conjure a ball of fire in my hand, and I'm going to haul it at the stone creature.
Okay. Firebolt.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, fuck it. I'm just gonna use that thing that I downloaded recently as the
Should have told me. Could have made you a map.
Yeah, I know. I probably also could have found a map if I had actually thought about it. This is entirely my fault. This is a lack of foresight on my part. So
Green tea.
that's
You done goofed.
Yeah, but for one, I'm alerting everybody in the area to get away,
hmm
and it's not to a select few. I'm yelling at everyone, including the guard.
yeah. Um.
For what it's worth, since the rest of us are there as well, is there anything like that immediately draws like one's attention for the stone statue, or
It's honestly not really. It's humanoid. It's it does not seem to have like a head shape protruding from it. Rather, it's like from shoulder to shoulder. It's just like an arcing shape of stone. Um, and it does definitely seem very large.
A rock elemental.
Approximately 15 feet tall. Um, uh,
Are we setting anything up on the grid, or
do what now? What'd you
are you
say?
setting up anything on the grid for us to
Um,
see? Or
I'm thinking that because it is just a large open area. I'll shit. I really wish that I had bothered making a map. Um, let's see.
this is why I
Large.
run theater of the mind.
Yeah, no. Um,
for what it's worth, I'm good running this theater of the mind.
yeah. I'm a bit less good at navigating it though. This is oh
There's
Jesus,
got to be
right.
something material there. And then
Uh,
you can let your mind wander. I'm kind of the same way.
thanks, Nate, but
I was drawing a rock man. But not like the Mega Man kind of rock man. The actual rock man.
The Rock Band Mega Man.
No, I said the not that.
okay. 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 In regards to running at Theater of the Mind, pretend that this is the thing that y'all are facing off against. The upper limits of the grid are going to be like where the room had been blown out. It's
Can make a square.
it would actually probably be roughly the size of a large portion of the map at the least. I'll draw off a point and call it the bottom end.
Oh shit.
Wait, really? Jesus. Okay, fine.
You broke it.
Why is it? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. I get it now.
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
I figured it out is what I did. Okay, so this is the bottom limit of the room. Everything up here, otherwise, like around the edges of the room, like would be just storage containers and stuff. So pretty much any. Y'all would have bust in probably around
Out there the line is.
about like right here. I'll put, yeah. So Oliver would have been in last.
I'm also gonna.
Hmm?
I'm just gonna send that real quick.
What got sent? Oh, you crit on the fireball.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, roll that double dice damage then.
You could.
Which he's probably immune to because he's made out of stone. I get it. That's 10 total.
10 total. Okay.
Are we
Okay.
not doing it in?
This is essentially
10?
a surprise round.
Yeah, it's it's kind of a just like transitioning into it, I guess. But yeah, I think from here, we will so you would actually see like the bolt like hammer against it. He like steps back a little bit, and looks towards you and just basically like begins stepping across the room just through these guards that aren't really accomplishing anything against him. Uh, let's see. Where's my initiative thing? That's not it. God damn it. Where
Also,
did
if
it
I may, real quick,
go? Yeah.
I would like to open my fur coat to let my owl fly out.
Is that a weird
Okay.
euphemism?
No.
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 It's a bird that's almost, excuse me, it's an owl that's almost as tall as me.
Yeah. So you would see the kobold like unfasten the coat and then do it the way that we theorized, where you would
Yeah.
just basically like loosen it from your arms and then throw your arms out to toss the cloak off, to toss the coat off, and it shapes into a great horned owl standing almost as tall as Jesus, almost as tall as the kobold.
At
And
this point, Margaret would be asking,
and with
"What
my
is
coat
going
off,
on?"
hold up, with my coat off, you see I'm now adorned in half plate armor fitting to my size.
Okay.
Margaret at this point is just asking, "What the hell is going on?"
Also pulling out a dagger.
Rockman is happening. That's what is happening.
Calculation 5.09. Does that work? Does that work? That, God damn it.
I have 0 initiative.
You sound like me trying to get the audio settings to work.
Hey.
Maybe I just need to roll again.
Click your token and, well, no, I got it. Okay. 5.09. Okay. But yeah, click your token and then roll initiative. And I don't think I've made Dhiddi's token yet.
Nope.
Okay. All right, you are up here next to what is definitely not a manticore.
I mean, I was kind of hoping it was, man.
Look, I have
Hey.
PTSD with manticores.
Hey, listen, if you need any like homebrewed bullshittery, like things like manticores for level 3s, let me know.
I actually did that already.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
PSD. PSD.
Okay.
I mean, a basilisk is CR3. Can we fight one of those?
Jesus Christ! What was that?
Okay, so
No.
if we assume that the door entryway to the room is immediately in front of Oliver, where would you have? How far into the room would you have come? For Dhiddi?
Me?
Yeah.
Wait, say that one more time.
If we assume that the door is immediately in front of Oliver, where would you have? How far into the room would you have come?
Right here.
Sorry, I think I need to zoom out a little bit. Jesus fuck. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of
20 in a while.
Yeah, it's kind of rough right now. Okay, so you would just put yourself immediately in front of the door, or?
Hold on, I'm just trying to move the map into view. I don't know why it's.
Oh.
You're clicked on the draw tool instead of the mouse tool.
No, that was me. I'm drawing.
Okay.
Yeah, you may need to reload roll 20 every now and again. Like the zoom out feature will break.
Neat.
Yeah, it's broken right now.
Yeah, just refreshing the page usually fixes it for me. Also, chai tea with a little bit of milk and sweetener is legit as hell.
Is it chai, not kai?
Pretty sure it's chai.
It's chai. I also have a 21 for initiative.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
So
My rolls have been high tonight, haven't they? That's disgusting.
It's kind of bonkers, yeah.
any reason you're not using the roll 20 stuff for that?
He
I
doesn't
don't like the
it.
nat one generator.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one
Sure.
the one I'm using, I also use for my campaign, and he knows how random that rolls. But like so far in this session, been rolling disgusting.
Much better than the game I played on Sunday. I literally rolled a 1, then a 2, then a 1, then a 2, then a 1. I knocked
Wow.
my character out and broke my bow in half.
Wow.
Okay.
yeah.
Well, are there any other openings in the room?
There would be like some windows like kind of high up on the wall on the opposite side of the room. Those would be about the only things other than the gaping hole immediately behind the monstrosity that y'all are facing off against.
How big is the doorway?
The doorway would be a double doorway, standing probably close to 10 feet tall, so that they would be able to fit various amounts of freight through it.
So like how many squares are we talking?
It would basically be like 2 squares wide and 2 squares tall.
Okay. So I'll probably be a little left of the doorway.
Okay. Okay, so 14. All right, and then this fucking guy. Okay, that's all right.
You know what's happening on my turn?
I don't. My guess would be another cantrip, but I don't know.
I'm level 3. Come on. I'm a level 3 anima cleric. What do you want?
Okay.
Hey DM, can I have a healing word as a cantrip? Thank you.
Okay. All right, and then we do that. Okay. All right. So you have most definitely gotten the creature's attention.
Oh yeah, come at me.
Come at me, bruh.
Does anybody have a shield?
Nope.
Nope.
Like visible on you at all?
No.
No? Alright.
I don't
You'll
think
suck.
so anyway.
Not me anyway.
Okay. One of them had the opportunity and turned it down.
But like seriously, can you guys like check your inventory and see if you have a shield?
Yeah,
I don't.
no.
No,
No
they don't.
shield.
Yeah, Mark.
None of us have a
100%
shield.
does not.
Didn't none of you took it as a starting equipment at all?
Nope.
Okay.
Why didn't you
Sorry.
take it as starting equipment?
I couldn't.
Ah,
Yeah, in my defense, I don't think I could have either.
I don't know.
And
Yeah.
I have proficiency in two-handed weapons, so
I mean, one of your starting equipment options was it was like either a shield or a martial weapon, I think, and you chose a
Yeah.
martial weapon. Okay. If we call that a surprise round, I suppose that the appropriate thing is just to give you another turn.
That's how. Surprise rounds are basically. Yeah, that happened. Now combat.
Okay, yeah. So, all right, have at it. Go for it. See how much more attention
I'm
you can draw.
Okay, that's a 21.
Okay, yeah.
Why am I rolling like this? This is disgusting.
It's pretty crazy.
That's
Yeah,
4 damage. 4 damage.
4 damage. Okay, all right.
I would like. Actually, never mind. That's it for my turn. I was gonna say I want to do something with my bonus action, but I'm like, nah. Spell
Okay.
slots are helpful.
All right, I'll just do this and okay. All right, so so no movement, no bonus action, no nothing. You're just there. Okay.
Oh yeah,
All
I
right.
pissed it off, haven't I?
Yeah, it's the bolt kind of streaks over, like it hits against its shoulder, and it's technically not moving right this second, but it would be approaching towards you is very clearly its intent. And that brings us to Oliver's turn. So yeah.
So is there any kind of like, since it's rock, is there any kind of like downside to the only weapon I've got being a rapier?
Very probably.
You want one of my daggers? So since I don't have a shield, I'm pulling out my other dagger as well. If you allow me to do that.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Let's see. Let's see. You're asking about information, which tells me that a knowledge check would be the most appropriate.
I feel like lightning and rapiers and cloud of
Yeah,
daggers.
while we're at it, can I roll? Would you require like nature, arcana, like to understand anything about this beast, or can I roll history if it would have been in like my studies?
I was actually leaning towards arcana.
Arcana, okay.
Yeah.
That's a
You did. Yeah, you
10
really
plus 5, so that's a 15.
15. All right. You were asking for information as well. Well, actually, you did very little on your turn, so we can just kind of rewind to like the end of your turn on that, and I'm fine with that. So we'll say, okay. It looks a little less elemental and a little more golem. And off of a
Okay.
15, you would the information that you know about golems, this one looks a little bit rough compared to like portraits of it and things like that that you might have seen.
Is
But
there any bits of the rock on this golem that seem to be chipped off?
Uh, rather
Like
than being
maybe
chipped off, it looks
Oops.
like it was
Sorry.
the I think the big thing here would basically be like it looks like it a lot of it was like just molded it's like just molded together, and the consistency of the stone that it's made of is highly consistent with the stone walls behind it. Would probably be the thing that you would probably pick out about its construction if that's what you're interested in.
Okay, what can you say about the damage from Firebolt? How did it appear?
It seemed like it actually kind of followed through, and like you got some good purchase off of it. I suppose that's good enough in terms of describing it without like just saying numbers and shit.
Okay, so it has resistance.
What? Well, I mean, like like I was trying to portray that like you did get some good purchase with it. Like it, fuck, how do I DM?
Honestly, I think that's fine because sometimes not giving everything away.
Okay.
Well, here's my
Regardless,
question. Does it seem like the fire has scorched it badly, or is there just like small burn marks?
Okay.
Does it look as effective as my character was hoping?
Actually, I will give you this, and this one will probably be interesting with probably actually be interesting to people other than you more so than it will be to you. When the bolt collided, it actually appeared to like very briefly open up a seam in the surface of its structure. And it did actually like pull back from the hit, and as it would have been moving forward towards you, that would have slowly been like closing up, but you would still be able to see like the crack in the seam where where the strike had happened and had opened something up in it.
And it's closing up right now?
It's closing, but or rather like it seems to be like pulling towards itself. It doesn't close fully. There would still seem to be like the crack where the seam had opened up. That does not completely close.
For what it's worth,
Okay.
is Margaret far enough into this building to have seen this?
You
Yeah.
were technically the second one in pursuit, so you probably would have at least gotten a view of the creature like through the doorway, like on your way into the room and such.
Okay. If would you give me that I saw that specifically the seam, or am I going to need perception on that?
You probably this thing being such a centerpiece in the room, as you're rounding the corner, you probably would have seen where it was like starting to close up. As a matter of fact, yeah, give me a perception check. I'm fine with getting a perception check on that. Ah, okay, not giving it to you then. Yeah, that's what you see.
Okay. Reserving what I want to do until my turn.
Okay. So yeah, that puts us on Nate again. You
So
got anything you want to do?
somehow I'm like. So where am I at in comparison to everybody else here? Because I was like, just taking my sweet old time. So I'm supposed to be like at the back of the group.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, I do have something with my bonus action. I can command my familiar to move, right?
That sounds right. Yeah. I need to get you a token for that. I'm not going to look up a fresh token, so I'm just going to give
It's an
you.
owl, like anything close.
I'm going to give you this.
Okay.
Let me see. Controlled by. That's what I want. That one. All right. Save changes. There you go. You should have control of it.
All right, thank you. I'm going to have the. Ooh, do I want that? How high up is the ceiling?
Very high. Like 40, 50 feet. So it's very open room. Yeah, very high ceiling.
Okay. I'm going to have the owl fly over to above the doorway, just enough where if somebody was to walk in, it could fly down and touch him.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, actually, with you just kind of pussyfooting along, I'm inclined to say that you would actually like spend your first turn probably catching up to the room.
What's
Bring
the
that
range?
ass here, boy.
What's the range on Bardic Inspiration again?
Like 30 feet.
Sounds right.
Am I close enough to give that to Azrael?
Yeah, sure.
Then I'll do that, and then I guess I'll be at the door.
Okay. And on your token, your red circle is Bardic Inspiration. So if you want to deduct one of those, you can keep track that way.
Boop.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and so you would just kind of end your turn at the door.
Because just in case he needs to reroll things because of missing.
Okay. All right. And that'll bring us to this creature. It lumbers its way over the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't
Bring that ass here, boy.
yeah, part of its turn would be like swatting one of the guards away. The rest of them would just kind of fall back, like already quite beaten up by this thing. Just from what's already been going on. So they're kind of backing away and tending to their wounds and trying to stay clear of this thing while it's tossing their comrades aside. Yeah, and so that would actually be its first turn. And okay, that brings us to
Okay.
nice time.
So yeah, no kidding. The first thing Margaret is going to do is to immediately call out, "Hey, we've seen this before. Aim for the." Before doing
Okay.
exactly that.
Dhiddi won't turn her head to look at you, but she'll.
So doing that, Margaret is going to. And do I want to go ahead and do this early?
Hopefully we don't blow up.
Maybe.
Wheel of Wild
Magic! Turn into a potted plant.
If only they would cast.
I need to look something up quick.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Oh God.
Just someone in the middle of combat. I can't control. Azrael's now a potted.
Well, it's only.
My life.
It's like it turns yourself into it.
Yeah, that's what most of the wild magic spells are.
Yeah.
And I'm
I
It would
might
even-
need a DM rule on this.
Alright.
Twin
Uh-oh.
spell. Can you hit the same target with twin spell?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Yeah, you do have to choose a different target.
Okay. I'm going to save that then. Yeah, Margaret is just going to raise her spell focus, the rosary that's wrapped around her left arm. Briefly set her quarterstaff against her shoulder as she kind of like hovers her right hand under the spell focus, allowing some magic to collect in her hand before rearing back and throwing it at the creature.
Chromatic Orb. That is one of your first level spells, if I
That is a
remember right.
first level spell.
Okay.
Mhm. It
Well,
is.
okay.
It's a 19 hit.
It does hit.
That is a good roll.
16 damage. Nice. Okay.
All right.
All right.
And
What
I'll
level did you
roll
cast this at?
Level 1.
Just first? Okay.
All right. And
I will roll a d6 to determine the damage type.
that's a
It is
player
6,
choice,
so
not
that
a
means-
mechanic.
Yep. It means that is thunder damage. And
Okay.
are we spinning the wheel of magic?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
technically, you're
scared.
supposed to do that upon cast rather than rolling that because you don't get it damaged. Right?
Oh God, more high rolls.
Oh,
Yep.
Um.
Or are you forcing it to be a guaranteed thing?
I mean, I need to freaking read Wild Magic. I actually thought it was just like whenever you cast a.
No, you roll a die to determine if wild magic
Oh.
happens, and then you roll the
Oh.
percentile.
Oh, I thought it was
Oh.
just at DM's discretion.
Well, you
Okay.
can choose to rule it as this, but
Oh, okay.
We
Well,
already made the roll. Fucking go for it.
oh,
yeah.
What's number 84?
Number
bad.
84. It's not the
Oh.
worst, but it is something.
It's
Does
Yeah.
it involve you screaming?
involves some damage to me.
I'm not in range, am I?
Oh.
I'm pretty sure you are,
How many hit points do I have?
because
Oh,
one block should
21.
be like 5 feet.
I'm not gonna kill you guys. Wild Magic will.
Nope, my
Probably.
familiar dies though.
Maybe. Well, we got to see how I roll on the damage here.
My owl has 1 HP.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ouch.
Wow. Oh God, and you're not missing any HP either. Jesus.
Even if you let me get max on the owl, that's still 3. It's 1d4 minus 1, sir.
To
my
be
gosh.
fair, given the range of Chromatic Orb, what Margaret would have done is basically, as she came into the building, she would have immediately like moved over in this direction away from everybody. So
I'm not mad about that. Okay.
Thinking.
She would be used to her
Yeah.
wild magic.
Okay. Yeah, there's no way around it that that's going to hit the owl with how it's positioned. Yeah, and I believe that's definitely going to hit. I almost called him Alistair. Jesus. Yeah, that I feel like that is going to hit Oliver. Puts I believe if we go just based off of like circular radius, that puts you out of range for Dhiddi. And I'm of the opinion that the wall is going to block the connection of that magic to Azrael. I'm sorry for your owl.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really get butthurt.
Okay.
Rest in peace, Al.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that thing shrivels up, falls to the ground, dies, and the body disappears.
well, shit. There goes my next turn.
Yeah.
I enjoy your magic.
Rather than it shriveling up and disappearing, I was thinking it would shrivel up and turn into a fur coat.
Well, I would assume the coat would manifest over my arms and like I'm wearing it again.
Sure. Yeah. It'll turn into the fur coat and then return onto your body. So that'll be fine. Sure. Okay.
His coat is owl.
So at which point, as the resolution of this, as all of this necrotic energy suddenly like lashes out from Margaret's body
Oh,
to
God.
everything within range, and then basically like traveling along the ground, just leeches back up and into her. She feels this rush of invigoration that quickly fades, looks around and realizes, oh shit, I have just killed this owl and potentially hurt my companion, and immediately shouts out, I'm sorry, cursed blood.
It's okay.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Brings us to Azrael. You were in hot pursuit as well, so you'd be pretty much right at the door and ready to barge in.
Does that mean it's my turn? Because guess who's wasting a spell slot on Find Familiar now?
Find Familiar takes an hour to cast.
Listen, I'm determined. I'll take 100 turns in combat.
Azrael?
Yep. Just fucking
Okay.
roll 20 broke.
Oh, good. Okay.
I am going to unholster my
Hammer.
my hammer.
Uh,
Yes.
Unholstering your mate?
He's drawing out his hammer. Give him a break. Terms are hard.
Maybe has a nice leather cover for, the actual bashy part, like an axe.
Got a little snap on it.
Yeah, don't bully.
Taking it in two hands?
Yes. And I'm going to barge in and get about right here. And then I will cast Ice Knife on the small little opening.
The seam.
Okay, so
Yes.
all right. All right, so if you want to target that, I will come up with some fancy things to happen from it. I want you to take a -2 to your attack roll if you want to specifically target that specific spot.
Only a -2? I'm down.
Well, I mean, like it's not small is one of the reasons I'm only giving a -2. Like where you had given a -3 to shooting an ankle. Ankles are pretty small. This would actually be something that like as like yeah. -2 feels more reasonable in this context at the very least. So But yeah, if you would like to aim specifically for that spot, I'm fine with you taking a -2 to that.
Let's see, it's what D20 plus modifier.
Plus ability
then
modifier, plus proficiency. Let's see, you have 14 charisma, was it?
14 charisma, so that's 20 plus 2, and then
Yeah, D20 plus
subtract.
2 plus proficiency, which is 2 also. And so it'll just be D20 plus 2.
Five.
Do what?
I'm using this to do my roll.
Sure.
Okay. And you said you rolled what now?
A 5.
A 5. Oh, well.
Well, I guess you are being honest.
Post ice knife, would you?
It's a level 1 spell. You create a shard of ice and fling it at one creature within range. Make a ranged spell attack against the target. Takes 1d10 piercing damage. Hit or miss, the shard then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of the point where the ice exploded must succeed on a dex save or take 2d6 cold damage.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So is it, when it says creature, does that include players too?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It fails its save, so it's going to so the ice knife misses its mark, so you it would just kind of it's not the quickest to react, but it manages to get an arm in front of it, and the ice just kind of deflects off of it because it makes it like not a very clean hit at all, and then the ice explodes and like embeds into the stone. And so roll your 2d6 cold damage.
5.
5. Okay. All right, and that'll bring us back to Dhiddi.
All right, I'm going to
Or
position...
wait. Did you have a bonus action?
No.
Okay, sorry. Just making sure.
Well, I know who's not getting healing, but I'm
Remember,
going to position myself around the wall so I can benefit from 3/4 cover
Sure.
in case this thing wants to huck a rock at me. And we're casting Firebolt, aiming at the seam. So I
Okay.
take a -2, so I have a +3 now. That's a 14, sir.
14. 14. Unfortunately, just okay. Uh. Let's see. The arm moving from blocking the ice knife, he manages to like use the momentum from that to like lean forward, and the firebolt zips just barely past his shoulder. It actually skims across him before dissipating just past his shoulders.
Okay. That'll be it for my turn.
Okay. Brings us to Oliver once more.
okay. So how many? Let's see. Where's the one that does the measure dealy?
The one that looks like a ruler in a circle.
Ah. Okay, so I guess I'll move to like the other side of the door to protect me from the rocks being hucked and such.
Okay.
Then
Oh, I was just saying if. I have no idea if it's going to happen.
well, yeah, I don't either, but I'm pretty sure that's what, especially at 13 HP, I would be like, welp, let's not get hit by rocks, even if it's only slightly possible. But then I guess I'll do with this.
Cloud of daggers. Okay.
Let's see.
So,
It's just at level 2, so.
Yeah, but nothing happens at the moment.
okay. So yeah, you're just putting it centered on him.
That would probably be the best to do. Or maybe. No, let's put it like. Kind of just in front of him, where he'll kind of walk into it on his way to us, probably, since it's hopefully not smart. I don't know.
Okay. And so like about
Here.
like this.
Yeah, that's probably good.
Okay.
Then. Spartic Inspiration need long rest or short rest to refill itself.
Long
Short.
rest until you reach like
Fifth.
fifth level, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, well, I guess I'll throw another one of those at Margaret and then be done. So I think that's
Okay.
all I can do.
Okay. All right. Oops. Okay. He does in fact end up moving through the cloud of daggers on his way over to Azrael. So roll your 44 slashing damage as he passes through.
4 and 4.
Phew. All right. You hear a variety of as he's like clambering through all the daggers. You would see several of them like stick in and cut through the cut through the stone as like and just like leaving chinks all over his body. You would notice like a couple more of the seams because like he's roughly the same size as the cloud, and so as he moves through, several parts of his body would briefly open, similar to the seams that had shown before. And he continues on over to Azrael, and
Fuck him up, Azrael.
Oh, I'm gonna try.
You can do it.
You can die, man.
It'll be fine this time, I'm sure.
It's okay if you die. Good luck.
Remember, you got that bardic inspiration.
It also lasts for what, a minute or 10 minutes
10 minutes.
on them. Yeah.
Jesus. Okay.
So how long is each turn? Like
6 seconds.
6 seconds.
okay.
Okay, so that's a 23 to hit with as he swings one arm around at you.
Yeesh.
Yep, here we go again. That's a hit. Come on.
At least it wasn't a 21 this time? Question mark.
It's going to be 23s, and I fucking know it.
Let's see. Really? Okay. All right. That's why can't the nat 1 generator work for the GM too? I don't understand. That's 12 damage. 12 bludgeoning damage. Just poof.
16 HP.
that you have left?
Yep.
Well, you still have more than me, max.
It's true.
I rolled dog shit for each, so
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So after swinging at you with one fist, the other one opens up. You would actually hear it like creaking as it attempts to form something akin to a hand. He's going to swing an open hand at you. You can make either an athletics check or an acrobatics check.
I'm going to make. I'm going to do athletic.
Okay.
To immediately move out of the way.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. So, unfortunately, you don't manage to get out of the way fast enough, and he grabs onto you with the hand and like clutches you there. If he had a face, he would be staring at you, but he's just kind of rearing back with his other hand. That will be his turn.
What condition is he being affected by? Just the grappled condition?
Yeah, he's grappled.
Okay, or is he okay? So at least he's not. At least you're not restrained. So
You can still
Yeah.
fight, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't believe you can attack the grappler if you're the grappled.
Oh,
I will
interesting. Know that.
double check really quickly. I believe the grappler can attack the one being grappled though.
I am actually really interested in that, so I'm checking as well, even though it's not actually
I
coming
am
up yet.
right now.
Actions in combat.
Bardic inspiration for any roll or just.
Oh, actually, yeah. Would you like to use your bardic inspiration on that athletics?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I will allow it. Go for it.
Roll a d4.
Yeah, it's
No.
ability checks, saving
It's-
throws, and
Oh, it's
attack
D6.
rolls. So
It's D6, yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Okay. Four.
Okay. As his fingers wrap around you, you're just like, oh, hell no! And just elbow drop his wrist and manage to break out of his arm, or break out of his grip. And so, yeah, you would manage to get your footing as he's like drawing his hand back and just kind of closes and once again melds into just basically a club on the end of his arm. And that will bring us to Margaret's turn.
Okay. So, from Margaret's perspective, the only battle damage I have seen at this point is Oliver, who is now, I can't see him, and Azrael, correct?
Yes, and the owl, but unfortunate casualty.
Yeah, the owl is gone. Margaret would immediately look to the owl first to try and heal it, and then realizing that it's not there anymore, oh.
Yeah.
So with that being the case, then Margaret is actually going to move further into the building as much as she can, just to try and get away from the Manticore. Having also basically seen the cloud of daggers, hoping that if the creature does decide to go after her, that it would at least step back into it and take more damage. But we shall see.
Okay.
And then what? exactly do I
for grappled really quickly.
Mhm.
Speed drops to 0, can't be increased. The condition ends if the grappler is incapacitated. The condition also ends if an effect removes the grappled creature from being grappled. But it doesn't specify anything about attacks, so I would assume you're fine.
Yeah.
I'll check the other section they have for grappling and how to do one to see if it states anything else. But
Okay. Yeah, that definitely sounds like it's just you're locked in place, like with the creature. But yeah, so. Okay.
That's why the grappler feat is amazing.
Mm-hmm. It's
That's one of my
really good.
favorites. Well, because I've wrestled before, gone to state, and so whenever I make a character that I just grab the grappler feat, I'm just so happy. Be like, yep, I'm wrestling some motherfuckers.
There's a lot of crap I'd like to do with like unarmed combat and feats and stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
any hoozle. What you doing?
Shield sorting. Yeah, I think I'm just going to be conservative then with this turn. Let's just lob a firebolt just at the creature in general.
Really good roll. That is definitely going to hit.
At damage though.
Okay. It's something.
Yep. That's my turn.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the firebolt would sear over to it and like hit it in the back of the shoulder. It flinches forward like just very slightly. And you would see it like pushing against that seam. The seam stays open just a little bit longer than it had before, uh, but it's still working to close on itself. And now we go on to Azrael again. You're facing off against a big old stone dude.
Yep. And if I try to run away, there's going to be an opportunity. So I'm going to. Well, I already posted it, so I'm going to use one of my spell slots to do False Life.
Okay. All right. Roll that d4 then.
Should be. What is it? 1d4 plus 4 temper points?
Yeah.
1d4 plus 4, yeah.
4, so I get.
Nice. Okay. Cool. Are you doing anything else?
And I would like to try to take a swing at the. Am I close to where the seam is, where Margaret hit, or no?
Well, I mean, you're close to him, but that did False Life takes an action to cast.
Okay.
Yeah, casting a spell is typically an action.
Yep.
It is also stated in combat you have one sentence that you can say each turn for free. It's a free action.
And that would be.
That you can speak a sentence.
Yeah. You have enough time to speak one sentence.
Always and forever.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna just sing one lyric, and it'll be that.
What, literally just always and forever?
Yep.
All right.
To be continued.
All right.
Or you can
that's my
just start
turn.
singing like the intro to Thunderstruck. You just say thunder and cast lightning bolt and huck it at him. Just wah!
If only I had the
Thunder!
ability to.
Listen. I will. I'll
No.
eventually get there.
Okay, so that puts us on to Dhiddi, I think. Are you content with your current positioning in regards to it? Because if you move around like while staying in its range, then that does not provoke opportunity attacks. So that's up to you, though. What you want, whatever you
I'm
want to do.
sorry. What about me?
Well, I was speaking to Azrael on that. If he wanted to like move around.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm.
Well, you can take the disengage action and walk away from him and
Uh,
not suffer an attack of opportunity.
If he had an action.
Yeah, on Will's next turn he does.
Yeah.
Unless you're a rogue, then you get that bullshit ability to do it as a bonus action. But yeah.
But well, from the sound of it, though, I suppose you're done. I guess. So go on to Diddy.
Well, if I can move, then
Yeah,
move. It
yeah.
doesn't proc
You can
opportunity attack.
you can move around it so long as you stay within its reach. You don't provoke opportunity attacks. Okay.
And how far is its reach?
Um.
Like 5 feet or
Yes,
Yeah. So far as
unless it has an attack that specifies it has a longer range, but
yeah, with everything that has seemed to have gone on, it seems that it has just proper melee reach of 5 feet. So
okay. All right. Well, I moved there completely behind it.
okay.
okay. I'm now going to point my dagger at the scene that's still there. Correct?
Mhm. Yeah, it would be in the process of closing up a bit more slowly each time y'all manage to land a hit on it. But yeah, it would still have seams there. And a few of the
Does the negative to hit still apply, or has it changed?
no, it would still be the same penalty on it. I will say for the sake of at the very least, like you being able to reach it, if there would over the course of combat, the various different hits would have like landed in different parts of the body. I've only really referenced like the shoulders for whatever reason because that's just what I'm thinking of. But like other parts of the body, like especially like along the sides, like going down towards the legs, like you would probably
Okay.
see one in that kind of spot as well.
Well, I know what I'm doing. I'm
Okay.
going to make a slashing motion, and as I do that, a streak of fire in that same arc of the slash will fly at him. Casting firebolt.
Okay.
I have advantage because of pack tactics.
Sure, go for it.
17 plus 5 is 22. Whatever that negative is now, either 2 or 3, that's 20 or 19.
Yeah, that's enough to hit. Plenty.
Okay.
Um,
Does my sneak attack apply here? I had advantage on the roll, and I had an ally within 5 feet, and you said I had to.
Yeah, like I was saying to you about that before, if you reflavor it into appearing to do piercing damage or slashing damage, I'm comfortable making that a sneak attack because I
Okay.
think sneak attack with spells is cool.
Would you think that arc as a slash flying at him work?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, that's 2 fire damage, and 3 sneak attack damage.
Okay. So, all right. Then it's going into that. So,
Yes, guys, I'm a cleric rogue.
And say.
okay. So yeah, you said you actually like pulled out your dagger and like used that somewhat to like direct this the motion of the firebolt. Is that what I'm picking up?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
I use the dagger to create a slash of just red hot fire as a slash flying at the creature.
Okay. I think I actually envisioned it a little bit differently from you, but it's cool drama. Do you mind?
It's cool drama.
Well, I mean, I in my mind the picture I'm painting looks cool.
Okay.
What I'm envisioning is like you drew the dagger, it glows red hot, and then you just like swing it. The fire arcs out to the side and then comes in like where the creature is like facing Azrael. It hooks in and around to his side as though like the attack itself is flanking him, and just jams into one of the seams on its side, and it burrows its way through and then explodes against the inner part of the against the inner part of its body that's opening up from the damage it's been taking.
Okay.
Get a pretty clean hit off of that. Anything else you'd like to do?
Nah, I'll. No, I got 3/4 cover unless this fucker comes at me. I'm good. I will move back, I guess, to about here, still keeping in sight of the manticore? Or do I have to be here to be in sight from the door? Or
No, you. My thought of it is actually pretty much that like the line drawing to where the word door is written is probably actually about the position of the door itself after it had been swung open. And so since it's like the double doors, you would actually have a very clean sight to it from where you're standing right now. It's actually
okay.
you would, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so you would still have line of sight to it there with a little bit of cover as well. So yeah. All right, that'll put us on Oliver.
So now, if I do any other action, the cloud of dagger goes away, right? If it's concentration.
No. You
No.
can still you can still cast a spell as long as it doesn't have concentration, and you can still focus on the spell that's requiring it.
Okay.
Yep.
So, for example, you can you can cast magic missile, and your spell will still remain there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really, the big thing about concentration is like it's basically a caveat attached to the duration of the spell, and basically like the duration of the spell ends if you lose concentration by either casting another concentration spell, deciding to no longer concentrate on it, or taking damage and failing the concentration save.
Okay.
Yeah. I got advantage on those.
Let's see here.
But the thing is, I have advantage +1.
So I guess I will. Can I move to there, or do I have to go like left? Well, I think that would be. Like to
I mean,
Wait, hold on. You're trying
here.
to oh yeah, that would be well within your movement. Yes.
Okay. No, it would probably help if I did this actually. I think that's where I want it. Okay, yeah. So I'll run there. And then I will
how do you
cast.
do the distance thing?
Oh,
How do you do?
on the menu thing over to the left,
Mhm.
I believe if you do, yeah, you like there's one that's a circle with a ruler stuck through it.
Mhm.
You click that one and do snap to center, and you can like click and hold and measure from any particular spot on the map.
But I can't do it from my own icon.
You can just basically like click on your own icon and then measure off of it with the same tool. I don't know of a way to just be like, how far
There
is
we go.
this point? Yeah, there you go. All right, so you're casting Thunderwave?
Yeah, because I think that should hit him, but not anybody else. Ideally, anyway. And then
I see what you're doing, and I like it. Okay. Let's see if he gets the save. Yeah, I'm good with that. That'll be fine. He does not make the save. Okay. So as he would potentially be like rearing back to get another hit on Azrael, he reels from the shock of the hit and would be launched into the range of the cloud of daggers. That damage will trigger at the start of his turn, which may as well go ahead and roll it now, and I'll just do all the health calculation at once.
Oh, I meant to do that twice, but there.
Okay.
So 4.
Would
So
you be in line of sight of it still?
you said, would you be in line of sight to it?
Yeah, if I moved to 25 feet.
You do currently have line of sight to it, yeah.
So
You
this
mean
wouldn't
back?
affect it at all? Yeah, like from the new position.
Oh, I wasn't actually expecting y'all to be doing stuff like further outside of the room. The room that you're in would actually be a bit. It would still be fairly spacious, but not remotely as roomy as the room that's adjacent to it that all the action is going on in. It would probably actually be like about right around 20 feet wide, a hallway for them to just kind of do lesser transportation things in. It's not a focus for like storage area, so it would be a lot smaller. So you wouldn't be able to move back 25 feet. I apologize for the lack of clarity on that. That's my bad.
Okay. Well, it's fine. I understand better now.
Okay.
Should I also roll for the cloud of daggers?
Yeah, go ahead and do that, and I'll just
Okay.
do all the math at the same time.
How many was that again?
It was
4d4.
4d4. Just I really like 4d4 over 2d8 because the damage is like super consistent.
That's 14 damage in total.
But
Yeah.
that's why I don't like it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Part of the fun of rolling the dice is the higher the low roll.
I can appreciate that, but
Well, because essentially what you're doing is buffing it.
yeah. I think the thing for me is like I'm a fourth edition baby, and the name of the game in fourth edition for doing like the serious damage was flat numbers, getting as many flat numbers stacked onto everything that you possibly could. Like I want to say that
Yeah.
the best damage output character I ever built was like all of his damage was on d6s, but he had like plus 21 on all of his damage rolls, and he was attacking like 4 times a turn.
See, that just well, because like I can tell you, it's like, hey, this does 16 d10, but you're like, okay, the damage can really vary. But if I go like, or I can roll 82 d4s. Which one sounds better?
82 d4s.
No, it doesn't. That means higher damage.
I mean, that sounds rad. That's a lot of dice hitting the table. That sounds awesome.
Oh my god, no.
It just reminds me of the meme I saw. I think I sent it to you some time ago, where it was just the truck that just like lost all of its fucking cargo and it was just nothing but dice. And the fucking caption was like, the fucking bridge just took like 2.6 million bludgeoning damage. So that's just immediately what I thought of.
Yeah, see, like
I don't know. I'm just saying you're raising the chances for him to do more and more damage because he has a much more strict average.
yeah, but I mean, like Cloud of Daggers is just something that was available to him. So I mean, like that ain't me. That's the books.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like it's just so much
Oh.
better.
Well, I mean, better is subjective in this particular regard, I feel like. Because, I mean, like, 16d10 is going to do a shit ton of damage. 82d4 is also going to do a shit ton of damage.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, considering the chances, it's just broken.
Yeah.
That's all I was saying. I didn't mean to get real complex with it.
Yeah, I understand. I get what you're coming from. Okay. But yeah, he, like, reels and is, like, you would actually like the thunder damage would actually like take a chunk out of his arm, like it actually like some of the rock would actually fall off of it and clatter against the ground. And as he moves into the cloud of daggers, like the blades of it would start tearing into his arm a little bit, and he like just kind of pulls himself out of the cloud. And as he does, you would actually see ooh, actually, uh, hmm, okay, Margaret, roll at this at disadvantage, but I will give everyone a perception check if they so desire for the current situation to see if they notice
See,
what I'm.
senor.
A disadvantage for me?
Yeah, disadvantage for you mostly because of the cloud of daggers.
Okay, that's a 21.
Perception?
I rolled a 17 and 14, and I have a +7.
Pretty good for being at disadvantage.
Well, it
I
was
don't know why, but like 15 and 17 are my numbers tonight.
it was only supposed to be Margaret rolling at disadvantage, but oh well.
Okay. Does it beat my passive perception of 17?
Yeah, your passive perception would probably be enough to catch this. Well, Actually, what were your rolls again?
I had a 17 and 14, but then you also add 7 to each roll.
So 21 or 24. Okay, I'm actually going to go with I don't know what order they came in, so I'm going to
The
assume
17 was
that
first. Here, I'll screenshot
okay,
so you
that's
see
fine.
it.
Okay, I believe you. It's good.
Okay.
Cheater!
Okay,
I'm not,
20.
he knows I use this
I'm-
as a DM and it rolls randomly, but for
Yeah.
like
I'm literally fucking with you.
okay.
Okay, yeah, 24. You would definitely actually
I don't
notice
think
this.
literally, but okay.
I mean, maybe.
Anyway,
Listen, that's a Wednesday thing.
anyway, you would definitely notice this. Oliver would not see this. Azriel, I don't believe, would either. Margaret would have just the faintest glimmer of this. You probably would not actually be sure you had even seen it, but like it would just kind of be for Margaret. You would like see just the flash of a tiny bit of what appears to be a flesh color, amidst what is
There's a
basically
flesh
like
golem too.
I don't know what's going on
amidst
here.
like inside of like where its arm is blasted open by all the shit that's going on with it, basically.
I like it. It's a multi-layered golem. Inception.
In a sense. Give me a second.
Blah.
That's dope.
The you would also be able to see this one. Everybody would be able to see pretty easily. You would actually have a look at what is probably the core of the arm, and it seems to just be like this black roiling mass of like arcane energy. It's like this black and deep red that's just like undulating amongst itself, and
Now
it
I wish I
seems
had
to be.
dispel magic. It's like no.
It's the smuts from Shadow of the Colossus.
And it appears to be attempting to like move the rock to cover what has been exposed, and that would slowly be happening, but not until after it had actually like turned around towards the rest of you. And Dhiddi, what you would end up noticing is what appears to be a human hand up towards the top of like the cavity that's been created in its arm. It does not appear to be moving. But you do see a hand in there, and it actually appears slightly bloodied.
All right.
As the arm closes back up, though, Oliver, would you have anything else for your turn? A bonus action, perhaps, or are you good?
How is everybody health-wise?
You
I'm
cannot
at
healing.
max.
You
Or
cannot
wait,
healing word
is
after
one
casting a
action.
spell.
Okay.
No, healing
Unless
word
it's
is a bonus action. Healing word is a bonus action, but you cannot cast it because you have already cast a spell this turn.
Okay.
Don't worry. That's
just a
not a nerf to you. That's a nerf to sorcerers.
Well, yeah, if you can't
Yes.
tell, this is actually my first time doing D&D, so yeah.
I know.
I guess that's it.
I'm
Also,
just
just
gonna
for
roast you
clarification-
anyway, but just don't take it personal.
For
Go for it.
clarification, that's anything higher than a cantrip. You can cantrip and bonus action spell.
No, the bonus action has to be the leveled spell for you to cast a cantrip as your action to do it. It's under bonus action in the PHP.
Yeah.
Really? Because everything I have
Yeah.
ever read has basically said if you use your action for the cantrip, you can use your bonus action for the bonus action spell. For like healing word. So you could like firebolt and healing word.
Yeah, that's what I just said. You have to cast
Okay.
you have to use your action to cast a cantrip.
Oh,
And your
okay.
bonus action
None
can
of
be a leveled
mine-
spell.
None of my cantrips would have really been helpful in this situation.
Yeah,
so.
I misunderstood you, literally saying the exact opposite. So my bad.
Yeah,
You're good.
admittedly I interpreted it as the opposite, but either way, we're here. We know what's up. Okay. You know what?
Well, it starts its turn there, so it takes more damage.
I was going ahead and rolling the damage for the start of its turn, as part of like all the damage calculation that was going on during his, because it's not when you enter it, it's when you start your turn there or move through it. Okay. Or like willingly move through it on your turn, I believe. Anyway, so it appears to have realized that there's a particular source of a particular influx of damage coming towards it. It is going to begin marching this way. It is just completely not even concerned with provoking opportunity attacks. So, Azrael, if you so desire.
Please kill it.
See, now, if my familiar was alive, I can kill you from ranged. So, like, buddy.
Margaret.
I apologize for nothing.
That was the way for me to still play my character as a different class while still healing you guys.
Whoa.
Oh,
Jesus fuck. Okay.
Okay. Is that with the yellow hammer?
Yep.
All right.
We're fucking going boy. Hell yeah.
that hammer may just be experiencing the single best moment of its life right now.
Come on.
Okay.
So,
Is this
fucking? So,
is this-
Let me. Sorry, go on, and then I'll do.
yeah,
Please
I'll
do it.
say just like as this thing is like stepping out of your range and you're like taking a step towards it, you're like seeing an opening. You just get an influx of excitement from the spirit inside of the hammer. It is as much into it as you are. I'm certain of it. So go
I
for
think
it.
it's into the golem.
Literally.
Yeah.
So I take just one big fucking step, like a baseball swing, and just fucking smack that golem as hard as I fucking can. Just,
Double damage.
fuck you.
Is this a magical warhammer? I'm assuming,
Yes,
and it
it
does
is.
extra damage.
It is actually a custom sentient weapon or a homebrew sentient weapon. I
Okay,
may have given it too much. I don't care.
What does it do? What does it do? Explain.
Okay, so
If it's along the lines of a Vorpal sword, I'm bored.
no, it's not along the lines of a Vorpal sword at all. Okay, so depending on the basically the physical contest that the wielder has been involved in and or witnessed in recent history determines how basically like into it the spirit is and that kind of thing. He being able to, basically like becoming attuned with the hammer is actually a contest of strength in and of itself, and so that counts as a physical contest. And so like as soon as you attune to it, it's excited for you to have overcome it, and so you are treated as having won a physical contest recently. For the first day after watching a physical contest, or for 2 days following participating in a physical contest, uh, it but let's see, let me get the text for it.
I
I
think you should have given. Good.
I should have what?
Should have given me a brief description of what it does.
Oh,
I thought,
okay.
Yeah, I'm almost positive we went over that. I think it's just maybe he never gave you the like block of text.
Here we go. For a day after watching a physical contest, the hammer's melee strikes deal an additional die of damage as force damage. On hit, the user can use a bonus action to shout excitedly and deal an additional 1d4 thunder damage to the same target. For the following day, the additional die becomes 1d6, and the user's shouts no longer deal damage. The following day, the user gains no benefit from this feature, and each day afterward, the user suffers a point of exhaustion, even if eating and sleeping regularly. For a day after participating in a physical contest, all of users' damage die increases by one size, and the user gains the effects as though having watched such contest. Following that day,
Okay.
damage die returns to normal, and the user gains the effects of having watched a physical contest. If the user wins a physical contest, all positive effects of this feature last for an additional day.
Okay, so I'm ready to see 52 damage. Come on.
Yeah, this is gonna do a ton. Okay, so you were using it two-handed, right?
Yes.
Okay, so and because you are still within a day of attuning to it, you have a D12 damage die. You roll that twice.
Disgusting.
Let's see. So you have D12, then D12 from crit damage, then D12 force damage, then D12 crit force damage. So
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because you double. Wait, and it also Okay, that's just ridiculous. I'm just gonna remind you, you only add your strength mod once.
Yeah. So 4d12, half of it is force damage, half of it is bludgeoning damage, and you have your strength mod for bludgeoning damage as well.
Okay. So 40-12.
4d12 plus 4. Funk!
That's
Okay.
disgusting.
Yeah.
You're
Um,
level 3, bro.
What
God
body
damn it, Times. I love that fucking hammer.
what body part are you hitting, by the way?
Let's see here.
Probably
the
the
leg.
leg.
Or
the
more
leg.
accurately, let me put it this way. How do you want to do this?
I'm going to aim for any fucking scene that's open. Just straight go in for the fucking kill. Just see if I can knock this fucker down on his knees.
Okay, let's
Like,
see.
I'm
You
going all in.
okay. I think going for a seam and you had said the leg, so the easiest thing to do would be like the one that like there would be like the a hint of a seam like towards its hip, and so you would just like poof, straight into it, like the stone shatters, scattering across the floor, and you continue through it. You would actually feel a moment of softness as you continue through, and just
Uh-oh.
smash completely through the leg. The only downside to this is that as the leg severs off and the creature just kind of tumbles over, you would notice that there would be blood coming out of the severed leg.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
The creature, or the golem, like continues on its course towards the ground, and it actually like hits the ground, and the stone immediately just falls to pieces. The seams that it had like opening up to continue making the stone just fall apart. Some of it still having the same shape as the bricks that had built the building, but most of it having contorted in order to create the mold that the golem had. Uh, inside of the creature, as everything falls away, you would notice the mangled body of a human dressed pretty much exactly as the guards that were around the area. Mercifully, it appears that the pressure of the stone wrapping around him and crushing onto him has probably already killed him. Uh,
I'm going to rush over.
okay.
Is the body revealed at all from the stone, or?
Yeah, the stone would like the last impact from that hammer would have been enough to like sever the continuing flow of magical energy, and the rest of it would have begun to crumble apart.
Has it crushed the body, or is the
Uh,
body still intact somewhat, missing a leg?
the body is missing a leg and is otherwise mostly intact, but mangled, just terrible condition. Um, it's um, he would still be recognizable. You can still tell that he had like some armor on him and such. The armor would have very heavy dents from the stone pushing against it. And give me a medicine check.
Yes, sir. That is. Oh, um, that's a 6.
Okay. He's okay, so what you would be able to determine is definitely that he's in awful shape. He does not appear to be breathing. Uh you're not sure if it's like an inability to breathe or if he has actually passed just at a glance. And yeah, he's just in shit shape. But his body would be recognizable and still intact aside from his leg, just horribly mangled.
For what it's worth,
Gee,
Martin would
wonder
also
why.
run over and do the same thing.
Can someone please remove the stone so I can at least get a closer look at the body?
Hey, wait a minute. He may be in better shape than we initially thought.
Medicine check
no,
was largely to determine the nature of the wounds and the shape of the body rather than to attempt to heal him.
I am
Uh,
covered in goo.
uh, Okay. I assume that okay. Dhiddi had asked for people to come forth and start helping to remove the stones from the body.
You got it.
Okay. As
Okay.
Azrael's removing the boulders and such, helping to clear out the body, you would definitely notice that like the chest is far too caved in for him to be in healthy shape. It
Mm-hmm.
appears that vital organs are definitely just out of the question at this point.
At which point
Um,
Margaret would curse under her
can
breath and
I
say,
try to make um I'm trying to discern what race this is.
Oh, he would just be a human. A lot of the crew that handles the goings on in this particular facility would be humans, and other like humans, half orcs, like the burlier races. He would have been, he had been a fairly well built individual, but had he doesn't look like he would be any kind of standout race or anything.
You said he had some remaining armor he was still wearing?
Uh, Admittedly, I said that without much forethought. But now that I've said it, yes, I did say that he was wearing some armor. It would have been like probably some medium weight armor, something a little bit budget, the kind of thing that would probably be like standard
Scale
issue
mail.
to, yeah, just the standard issue kind of armor that would be like handed out to
Okay,
guards and
looking along
such.
this armor, are there any symbols or anything that would give meaning as to uh, where he got this armor? Maybe like an insignia or something?
It would match up with insignias on like flags and other guards that you would have seen around the kingdom, matching him up to the Torgren kingdom, like just royal guard or like city guard and such.
Okay. Is there anything on the body, maybe like a book or something with the body?
Um, not in this case. No. Like he would seem that he had just his own personal belongings that he would have brought for guard duty. It'd be pretty bare bones equipment. Like he might have like a set of keys and a sword on him or something like that, but nothing terribly
I'll
special.
take this set of keys.
Okay.
Let me put that in my inventory really quickly. I'm sorry. Okay, looking through his personal belongings, were there maybe any papers?
Um,
By the way, the entire time Diddy has a very, very straight face, trying to get anything she can about this person, trying to understand who they are.
uh, in terms of anything that would really say a whole lot, it seems that he wouldn't have really brought it to his job for like guard duty and such. There would probably be like signs of personal identification. It would probably it would give you a name to go off of, but like aside from that, it wouldn't tell you a whole lot other than just showing like a picture of himself, perhaps, or something, if that was even a thing.
Could I get that? Could I get that little identification?
Um, George Brando.
Okay. Anything else that remains on this body?
Um, Aside from just like a soldier's uniform and his armor and his weapon, not really. The weapon would be like a long sword. Uh,
I know, but I'd have disadvantage swinging with it because it's made for a medium-sized creature.
yeah.
Other than that, I'll pocket the keys in my fur coat, one of its many pockets,
Okay.
and the form of identification. Why don't I have on this specific character sheet an inventory? Bruh.
On
The
roll
one I
20.
use.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll
okay.
put it on roll 20 because why not?
Okay.
Journal. I would like to look around the area.
Okay.
Is there anyone peering in?
Um, there would be like about the only thing in terms of like local populace right now. Like nobody would be coming back to the scene at the moment, but there would be like the few guards that had been getting tossed around by the golem prior to. Most of them would just kind of be tending to each other and like kind of like just taking care of themselves and like bracing themselves after the experience. Um,
Are there any individuals that are peering too intently?
they seem to be focused on each other for the most part. They might be like occasionally glancing over to see what you're doing, but like not really focusing on it, kind of focusing on their own well-being and their own injuries because they did take some hits. Um, so that would probably be like the core of their focus.
Okay. Who here looks important? Do all the guards seem to be of the same ranking?
Yeah, pretty much. It it looks very much like the kind of situation where like they wouldn't have like sergeants or captains or anything like on site for the most part. It's just very much a kind of thing that's like largely handled routinely, and they don't really get too much in the way of like upsets with this particular situation. The city as a whole is very low security, and like this place is no different.
Okay. Okay, my question still stands for the guards. Do any of them seem more important?
Not really, no.
Okay.
They would all have very much matching uniforms. They may have different builds, and some of them different races, but all of them seem, in just like visibly at the absolute least, would appear to be like of equal rank and very much just private, like private kind of rank.
Okay, gotcha. I will take the time as they're grabbing their wits and thinking about what happened. I'm going to take the time to cast Identify.
Uh, like ritual cast it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are you identifying?
The magic surrounding the body. I would
Okay.
like to understand what type of magic this is and such.
Um. Okay. It would take you a little bit. I will come back to you in just a minute.
Okay.
I do actually have something that exactly one of you would be noticing here, so I'm going to address that real quick. Did you get that one, Cody?
Nope, hold on.
Oh.
So after stepping away from everybody and moving over towards the blasted opening in the wall, you suddenly hear Margaret gasp and then say in a fairly flat tone, "Quick, get over here."
I'm
Okay.
Yeah.
okay. Would my ritual casting have finished now, or would this
Uh,
have happened at like the start of the casting?
it would have been relatively early in the time during the ritual casting.
Okay. I'm not reacting to it. I'm gonna focus on the spell.
I'll
Okay.
be the first one to rush over to Margaret.
And
Okay.
I'll be second. Oops.
Yep. So as soon as Azrael gets over there, and Margaret's immediately going to start telling him. I assume Oliver's going to be close enough behind because she's not exactly trying to hide her voice or anything. Wow. Okay. Uh, I just stepped around this corner because I thought I caught something out of the corner of my eye. As soon as I rounded, there was this dude with black smoke hair, like hanging down to like waist level, and he just stepped off that ledge and out of sight. Like I have no idea where the hell he went.
Magic.
Margaret would like go over to where the ledge is and sort of like peer off it.
Did you happen to know if he looked like he was just standing there for a while, or did he look like he was in a hurry?
As soon as I rounded the corner, he was already basically mid-jump.
Sounds like we had a spectator.
Wait a minute, Margaret would say as she kind of like leans back over from the ledge. That tower, off in the distance. Okay. There's something about that tower. I don't exactly have prophetic dreams, but there was enough here that the pieces are starting to come together a little bit. A clearing in a forest, bright clear day on a hill where we can see trees around. We literally just came from a hill, or at least an area with trees around. An individual near with smoky, long flowing hair in sort of formal wear, which is exactly what that dude was wearing. Something about a porcelain mask, which doesn't apply here, but okay. And then a red tower. And there's a red spire peeking over the trees in the distance over there. I know this is going to sound absolutely nuts, but I think we need to head in that direction.
And by me.
Looking in the direction that she's referring to, you would see a very long expanse of trees, and pretty much the next things that you would see past it would be way in the distance would be the city of Curik, and off to either side, like if you look far enough, you would see Torgrin and Thesson, but there would be no sign of this any tower or spire or anything that she would have been referring to.
Fine by me. I don't got nothing better to do. Just a bard.
Okay. As time would pass by, you would conclude your ritual. You would be able to identify the effects of a transmutation spell that
It
that
kind of
had
reminds me of the little chat we had in the library in my campaign.
it would be a transmutation spell that would that was basically just like a create golem kind of thing. It was shape stone into a animate being, and that would be the kind of effect that was going on here.
Someone call the heroics.
Well, you don't know this. I haven't told you.
The let's see. The effects of the spell actually would be such that they did need like some even slight magical conduit within the confines of the spell, but it didn't even need to be a particularly strong one, although you might get the sense that the power of the animate that it would have created might have depended on the power of the magic that it would have encased.
Now, can I tell from the spell if the requirement of the body was to be alive or dead? Like, do I feel a little bit of necromancy here as a part of it, or?
I
I will say in older editions, which they don't show in 5th edition, is that a spell can be multiple schools.
Which is something that I wish existed in 5th edition. It would be.
Oh, trust me. You want to do it with me? Go through the entire spell list and we'll do it.
One day for some absurd campaign, perhaps. Right this second.
Oh no, I need it for my campaign. Come on.
Okay. Maybe
We're
for
doing
your
two
campaign.
campaigns at once right now.
I mean, that's what we're doing. Like me and him each have campaigns. I'm on this one. He's in his, and they're both their own kind of elaborate. But anyway.
Elaborate.
Although he beat me to two or three of the things I wanted to do in my campaign. Like there was the dragon fight we spoke about, the deck of many things.
Oh, I'm all about the deck of many things.
Still want to throw my fucking crossbow at something.
Okay, I will say that since I said it now, that's the item you're as a player knows is on Bobram.
Okay. I think I actually remember mentioning that somewhere along the way.
Yeah,
Anyway.
that he's looking for something.
I don't know. I don't think you would specifically get that particular bit of information from the identify spell, but I am willing to call for an Arcana check, and I may give you something a little extra from that.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. 22. 17 is my fucking number tonight.
Apparently. Okay.
How many
So
17s have I rolled? Like what? 4 or 5?
I don't know. Are you sure it's random?
You've seen me use it.
Yeah, Dimes,
Oh.
are you sure it's random? 21, fucker.
Anyway, so
Usually in my campaign, I typically roll dog shit.
so with a bit of logical thought applied to the information that you would have gotten from the identify spell, the thing that would the thing that would have made the most sense for it is that it would cling on to the flow of magical energy and can utilize that for a period of time, and perhaps it would have lasted a longer time if the target of it had continued being alive, but it did not necessarily need to stay alive in order for the in order for the in order for it to actually animate something for a period of time.
Okay. I'm gonna let you know I closed the app and I reopened it.
Okay.
Essentially, like me getting new dice is what I feel like.
Okay.
If this happened to me IRL, I would switch like dice. I'm like, no, more random.
Your dice are loaded.
So I ended up with like 18 different d20s.
But understanding that, she'll kind of nod to herself, think about it for a little bit. Whoever is doing this is at least very familiar with the arcane powers.
Would y'all have regrouped before you started saying that, or would you just be muttering to yourself? Because they are
muttering to myself.
Okay.
And then I'll go join them. And as I'm walking over, are we at least prepared now to head towards the ship?
Margaret would probably ask, "You were doing stuff with the body. Did you find anything?"
Yes, I found a few things. A little bit of understanding.
Margaret would kind of nod at that. Anything you care to share?
Not particularly.
Margaret would shrug at that. Fair enough. Guess our heading now is towards the ship. I don't really think there's much more we can do here. Everything's blown up.
All right.
Blown up
I would
is an
like
under.
I would like to have a word with a guard before we leave.
All right. It's all on you.
And I'm gonna make my way over to a guard.
okay. There'd be several close by. Like one of them would appear to have suffered a dislocated shoulder, and they're like attempting to like tend to it. The guy with the dislocated shoulder is actually trying to convince them that no, it's fine. Go ahead, shove it back in. And the others are like, man, I don't fucking know.
Okay.
That's the kind of
When I approach, I'm going to be polite, kind of just stopping them in what they're doing. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm currently on a mission, and I need to understand what do you guards do in your everyday manner? Do you have a barracks or of sorts that I can look through?
they kind of look amongst each other, and one of them would look back to you. Well, sure. There's a barrack at the north exit to the city. That's where most of the that's where a lot of the guard meetings and things go down.
All right. And now I'm going to pull out a quiver and pick up my spellbook out from its holding. I'm going to flip to the back, and it will appear that I'm writing, but I'm going to essentially cast minor illusion as a visual thing that I'm writing this down.
Okay.
Do you need me to make a roll to conceal that, or?
Sure. Give me sleight of hand. That'll be fun.
That's a 10. Is that enough?
The
book will also be a little tilted, more towards me.
Okay.
It's just for any peering eyes.
Let's see. Yeah, with a 10, you might be like having just the slightest fumble of it, but like nobody really seems to do any kind of reaction.
And where do you guys have access to?
Well, the whole of the city, I would say. We generally stay at the barracks and here at the storehouse, and around the edge of the city. Much of the inner parts of the city are, well, they seem a little bit hesitant to. I suppose that probably would have been insight, but anyway, they seem a little bit hesitant to continue the rest of that sentence.
Anyway, do you guys have access to anything with royalty?
Well, nothing here would have access to anything royal. All of the royalty stays in Torgren City.
All right, that is all I need, and I'll close the book and reholster it on my side.
Okay. And the guards is finally just like, fine, fine, and he just like grabs the guy's arm and and there's a nice crunch as he manages to get it back into place, and the guy, ah! And then like gradually like works it off.
Yeah.
I walk up.
I'm going to throw up my hood.
Okay.
I'm sorry, who's walking up?
I was just going to walk up to the guards that the guard that just got done fucking having his arm put back into place. I'll just go up to him.
Well, I
kneel
would
down.
assume I'd see you walking over.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to miss.
Please, we're on a time crunch, and I'll kind of motion him to avoid them.
Okay, well, since we're on a time crunch, I'll just motion to the dude. You could be that guy over there, pointing towards the golem, and then just making his way. Fucking hammer over shoulder, just walking. Like, extremely proud and kind of disgruntled over the mangled body.
So we don't want
mostly
to.
proud.
We don't want a short rest after fighting giant rock monster.
We're on time crunch.
On a
We
time
need to go
crunch.
to ship.
Because I got a song of healing. Like, he's kind of okay. Whatever. Let's go.
We can take a short rest after we look around the ship. I have a few questions I have to ask certain people.
So do I.
Lint pickle.
Okay. So I suppose y'all are gonna make your way out of the storehouse area and navigate your way across the city and.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay.
Back to the docks.
Mm.
Hopefully the ship's docked.
Actually, would you have looted the guy's wallet? Because I actually like blanked on the fact that he probably would have had at least a little bit of spending money on him.
Oh, hell
Yes.
yeah! But I would have tried pocketing it without anybody seeing. I'm gonna roll sleight of hand.
Sure. Yeah. Give me sleight of hand. And actually, with as little attention as, I mean, everybody was clear of that area and focused on other things. So actually, that and
I mean,
even
like including the party members.
Yeah, even including the party members, everybody was clear. So
Yeah, we were watching the.
so yeah, fuck it. You
Holding the
don't
wall.
even see sleight of hand. Like
Yep.
you were completely clear of onlookers. So
All right.
congratulations. You get
$2.
You want to PM me the amount?
Hmm?
Can you PM me the amount? I don't need them to know how much I have.
Okay, fair enough.
You get a whole 2 fucking electrum pieces.
Because totally people. Oh my god. Okay. People totally use Electrum. Totally.
Yep.
Uh,
Did you know it's the new hot thing?
Okay.
I used your approach and did a percentile on.
Oh yeah. When I have no idea, I'm like, well, this is like how much this guy would normally have. Let's just pick a range, and I'm just like, boom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting.
Okay. All right. So y'all would make your way out into the city. Let's see. I believe I had it like kind of pushing evening when I'd left off with y'all before. Between like transit time, getting lost, and all that kind of fun stuff, I feel like it makes sense for you to have caught up in that kind of time frame. So yeah, it would be like it's definitely not dark yet, but it's pushing on it. So yeah.
Sunset.
Yeah, kind of close around sunset. Sky's just starting to turn orange a little bit. So yeah, y'all would make your way back over to Phoenix, I assume, unless it was
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
We're going back
Probably.
to boat.
I would like to approach somebody who appears to be a little more wealthy
Okay.
on the way. If there's one that that would catch at least my sight as I'm looking around as we're going to the ship.
Okay.
If there isn't, that's fine. It's just specific purpose in mind.
Okay. Y'all would be most of the way through the city before you would run into somebody who looked like they were fairly well off.
Okay.
It seems that a large number of them would have already been making their way to their homes and such. This particular one, and so like you would be well into like a lot of the shops that would have you would have noticed several that were like carrying like some of the higher value items and were like really gouging prices, and that's around the part of the city where you would finally find somebody of more nobility.
Okay. I'll say to the rest of the party, give me one moment, and I'll go approach one of them.
Okay. All right. It would be a gentleman wrapping up a business deal with one of the shopkeepers. Um, he would have just handed over a pouch of gold in exchange for what looks like it's probably a kind of ceremonial knife. Um, he keeps it in his hand rather than putting it in a bag or strapping it to himself or anything. Just like actually just keeps it in a fist. It seems to be probably the only thing of particular note that he's carrying. He does have some rather nice clothing, well kept. He seems to be elven, and he carries himself tall, rather proud. Um, yeah, and so as he's turning away from the shopkeeper, he would start making his way down the street, kind of like coming towards you. He doesn't seem to be looking at you, just moving pretty much dead on.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Mage Hand, and it's gonna be open. It's gonna be an open palm, motioning him to stop. Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
He does like he just kind of flinches and like looks around for the voice and then looks down. Uh, oh, can I help you?
I'm currently on a mission of some importance by some authority, and I'm curious. Are you at least aware of some history concerning the boat named Phoenix?
No, I'm not. And he like starts to step around you. Um,
Mage hand motion in front of him where he's trying to move to. I'm not finished.
all right. What else? He looks back down to you again.
Have you read any good poetry lately? Concerning any magical birds of any fiery disfigurement?
I can't say I have. I don't particularly deal in children's books. And he
Well, what about spoken poetry? Maybe that of the King's Jester.
it seems like he's growing like gradually exasperated. He doesn't seem to understand what's going on with these questions. No, I don't believe so. No.
Can I roll insight?
Sure.
Ew, that's an 8. 8 plus 3, it's 11.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Um. So far as you can tell, he he's giving kind of half thought out answers, and just seems like he's ready to move on. He's likely, I suppose, like he had just made a purchase and he's ready to make his way to wherever he might be going with it.
Uh, I would appreciate it if you could actually think more about your answers that you are giving me. I'm currently on a mission from the king. I've already dealt with one of his annoyances, and I'll pull out the identification card for George Brando. Um, Now, if you would like to answer these questions a little more carefully, I would be much appreciated.
Ezreal in the background just takes his hammer and just keeps uh, like lightly tapping it in his palm with a grin on his face.
And Oliver
uh,
says he does like his hammer.
Oh yes.
how close are you
It's like
guys to Dhiddi in this interaction?
Probably not too far. Like if we were
no, I'd
walking down a
say
little
maybe
street.
about maybe 10, 15 feet away. Still invisible sight.
Um, roll intimidation for me then.
Okay.
I mean, I was gonna try to bargain, like having advantage, having an ID of a guard.
Jesus.
Okay. Fuck yes. Dimes, give it to me.
Okay. Well, at this point, he's just kind of like adjusting the grip on his knife and kind of eyeing the gentleman behind you. Uh,
All right,
Prince of yours, I
sir,
assume.
I'm down here.
Right. The gesture. Um, I've been to parties where he attended, but that's been several weeks at least. I don't think I've heard anything in particular about him specifically. Uh,
All right.
I
What
think,
can you tell me about the events? What had happened during this party?
well, perhaps as you would expect from a party as such. There was dancing, there was orchestral music, there was um a few political deals on the side, perhaps. I don't particularly keep track of those myself, but
Do you remember any specifics pertaining the political things?
as I said, I don't particularly participate in those myself. But
All right.
he like he would put a hand to his cheek as he's kind of like trying to think, and occasionally glancing back up at Azrael.
Do you How well do you recall this event? Do you notice? Do you remember anything that was maybe a little out of the unordinary?
Well, I'm, uh, I'm loath to say it, but I suppose if there was anything that was extraordinary about it, it was, I like kind of blush a little bit. Um, There was a girl who had caught my eye, but I mean, that's neither here nor there. I'm sure that you wouldn't be interested in that. He's like looking off to the side. Uh, um,
Just a few more questions.
all right.
Did you interact with the jester yourself?
Well, not directly. He's always a fairly central point of the entertainment for any party that he attends, but I didn't interact with him directly myself.
All right. Were you at least close enough to overhear maybe some of his poetry?
I, well, I'm sure I was. None of it seemed anything new, though. Things I had heard him tell before at parties. Like he's a frequent to most of the more fabulous of the balls and things that are held, and so he has certain songs and certain poems that he would tell and sing fairly
Um,
regularly.
do you recall any of the specifics from any of these poems? Maybe about what they were about, or maybe any describing of a flaming bird or a phoenix?
um. mm, No, I don't recall any about a phoenix. I think that anything that he would have told would have been likely songs celebrating victories of old or tales praising our king and his line. Uh, I don't recall anything particularly out of the ordinary from that. Oh, let's
Did
see.
he seem like he was in good health?
At the time that I saw him, yes, he did. He was very chipper. He's always been very upbeat at the times that I've seen him. Um, he seems to be kind of trying to think. I I wonder if hmm, perhaps
Oh,
perhaps I had an acquaintance that may have known him better. Uh,
all right. Do you have a name for this acquaintance?
Not currently. um,
I'm sorry. I feel like I'm acting like an FBI agent right now, and that's great.
I mean, part of it is
Open up!
part of it is also that like especially with like the conversation that y'all had where it was just like y'all are like, I don't understand why nobody knows anything about this guy. I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking about it, neither do I. Son of a bitch.
What an asshole.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Um
You'll get that.
literally trying to come up with something I can give you like right now. Um you on wild goose chases.
I
Um
like Wild Goose Chase.
I mean, y'all have been on one for most of this campaign.
Don't worry, I got you guys. We have to think outside the box.
There's a box?
Yeah.
If it's outside of the box, would that not make it inside the box?
Meta. Too
No,
meta.
it's just more like an outer layer.
Oh.
That's too much fucking meta for me, dude. I can't handle it. I'm just a simple blackguard who just beat the fuck out of someone so bad. that the
No, I'm just letting you know you don't understand my character at all. I'm just curious what you guys are thinking about her. Like,
she's
what the
like-
fuck is this 2-foot tall terror, huh?
In character, Margaret is just like, wow, that kobold starting to think they're kind of a piece of shit.
and
What do you mean?
The brief interaction we had regarding the golem, where it was like, okay, you gonna give us any information? Yeah, no, nope. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, well, no, fuck you too, then I guess. In character or out of character, I think she's great. I think it's got a lot of personality, and I'm interested in seeing where this goes.
hmm
I'm with Cody.
I just can't. I just can't wait until we get to one of my flaws, because then you guys might hate me.
I mean,
I do want to be right back real quick. I gotta use the restroom. I won't be but a second.
I
to my knowledge, we're practically a party of chaotic neutral. So anything that tries to upset us will be on some sort of personal level.
Oh
Otherwise,
no! Like, let me explain a couple things while the DM's doing whatever he said he was doing.
okay.
Like, for example, the amount of blood, and analyzing of the corpse. This didn't look like her first time seeing this, so she had a completely straight, face expression. Didn't really, wasn't really fazed by it. I mean, she noticed it, but, eh.
It's pretty much she's not the first. It's not her first time with murder, or with a dead body.
I'll let you make your conclusions. That's not for you to know yet.
Oh, please do.
But she, at least if you were paying attention to her, she seemed experienced in what she was doing.
Oh yeah, it for me or Margaret at least. It's not a question of competence. It's a question of, okay, you're throwing in your lot in with us. Now you're basically kind of like ordering us around, not providing info. Can't say you're my favorite person right now.
You gotta give my character a second.
Oh yeah, no,
She's
I'm out of character.
she's
I'm
acquiring
totally
the info right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of character, Cody says like, "Oh, I fucking love her." In character, Margaret can't stand her.
Not near.
Well, because when I first started playing her, I barely had anything filled out other than like basic background stuff and like a couple things in each category for like the flaws and stuff. As I started playing her out, I accidentally turned her into like extremely big brain.
Oh, fucking! We're gonna get to
No,
300 IQ
there was
plays
there
right
was
here, man.
for example, someone I spoke to was trying to explain some of the things from the Clockwork area, steampunk.
Yeah.
And I made weird connections that weirdly made sense, and so all of a sudden I'm like, wow, my character is brilliant. My bad, didn't mean to do that. And so now I'm playing her as a highly intellectual.
Oh.
Yeah,
Like,
as I
it's
said,
great.
I find it interesting. So
I can't wait until we're like level 12.
oh yeah, give me all that high level stuff.
Boy, oh boy, I can't wait
well,
until I'm level 5.
Yeah,
in character, you guys would have only seen me use very simple magic.
Yep.
Along with, what do you call it? Holding daggers. So trying to make a conclusion from that is pretty hard. But as a player, I already told you guys like I was a cleric, and it's very interesting with what I've done. And how I'm going to build this character is going to be really, really weird.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
I'm winging it.
There was another character I was going to play immediately instead. Like if he said level 5 or higher, I'm like, playing this character.
I'm back.
That was more
Hello.
than a second.
Back, everyone scattered.
Hey.
Everyone cheese it.
So we're actually level 7 now. Okay.
Yeah.
So you took down that Tarrasque I sent to the city? Cool. All right.
Oh no,
Don't have
we
to worry
took
about that.
out
Hold
its
on.
children.
No, we had a montage, is what happened.
You said you took out the Tarrasque's children?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And then
All
we
right.
decided to give Tiamat
If you know
swirlies.
anything about lore, that should have immediately concerned you,
It did.
I don't, and it didn't,
because
but I
that's
assumed it was bad.
impossible. No, it's impossible
What
because
did
there's
it
only
do
one
post
Tarrasque.
damage?
Okay then.
And we also gave Tiamat swirlies.
There it is.
And I built the toilet.
Check the Discord.
It's a big toilet.
Goddamn right.
Has anybody ever seen Dorkness Rising? Because that's what that reminds me of.
Okay. So
Anyway.
did we figure out what was going on?
Uh,
That's just too fucking cute.
let's see. Uh,
Um.
bu- 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 um,
Oops.
he'd tell you a little bit about a Mordrin family that you would be able to find in Torgrin City. That is usually the ones that host the parties that he attends.
What was the name? Is there a place where I can put notes?
I like using the bio tab on the character sheet part of it. If you're wanting to use the one in Roll20.
Okay.
Oh, there's a lot of empty space there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of empty space. There's a few different things that you can do with it. Yeah, he would explain basically that that particular family is he's definitely on good terms with them, but he still wouldn't call them anything more than an acquaintance. But since they are able to so consistently invite the jester to their parties, that's the best bet that he has for any
What was
information about
the name again one more time? It was Mordorin?
Mordrin. I put it in the
Oh, Mordrin.
yeah, I put it in the Roll20 chat if you want to check that. Mordren.
Yeah, that's how I spelled it. Okay.
Cool.
Ford, Mordrin family. What was it? I'm just gonna write the note really quickly.
They frequently hold parties and had been pretty consistently able to invite the jester to them.
Okay, got what I needed.
Yeah.
I would like to ask one more question, one more time. Do you remember anything specific, maybe in recent time, that concerned the actual boat Phoenix?
No, I don't know. I don't interact with the peers, just the things that come off of them. Any kind of gestures to the very ornate and jewel-encrusted ceremonial-looking knife that he's carrying.
Okay. I'm going to now dispel Mage Hand. I appreciate your cooperativeness. Wow. I appreciate your word. Need a word.
Cooperation?
Yeah, cooperation. That's the word.
English is hard.
He would.
Listen, I'm beyond high right now too. So.
You're welcome.
He would give a bit of a nod and like another glance back to your companions as he takes a step.
Don't worry about them. I'll let the king know personally of your cooperation here.
Thank you. And he kind of seems a little puzzled at that, but takes a few steps off to the side as he passes by, staying clear of the rest of the group as well as he can as he goes on. Once he gets past y'all, he would kind of speed up a little bit to a bit of a trot, glancing over his shoulder, then slowing down.
I'll rejoin the party. I have found a couple leads. One concerning the Mordrin family, and with that, we need to figure out where they are.
Okay.
We still going to the
But-
boat?
Yeah, I was about to say. I thought we had pressing stuff with the boat.
Absolutely. I'm at least informing you of what I found out. Do any of you recall anything about this family or where the house might be?
No
No.
clue.
Margaret would rack her brain to see if she remembers anything.
It would be pretty strictly new information for y'all. It's not a name that would have come up before.
Margaret,
This is still a question my character would ask. She doesn't know you yet.
Yeah, Margaret would purse her lips. No, can't say I'm familiar with that name at all. Even thinking back to all of the textbooks and whatnot that I've read, it's never been mentioned to to my memory at least.
All right, I'm gonna walk in the store that the man I just questioned walked out of. Let me ask the storekeep.
Okay.
It's a little less of a store and more of just like a stall. Pretty much all of the basically the way that things end up happening is like the shipments come in on the boats get unloaded, and people just straight put it onto their stall tables and immediately man the shop over those items. So it's basically like the quickest way to get things onto the shelf with a price on them for people to start spending money is with stalls, and so that's what surrounds the pier area, and that would be where you are now.
Okay, I'm going to approach someone who doesn't look new. It looks like they've been here for a little while.
Okay. A lot of the stalls would have cleared out by now anyway. Probably like the one that the guy had just made the purchase from actually looks as though it would be like one of the only ones that's still at his stall, and he's really just kind of there, just counting money, just checking his wages for the day, more or less.
Excuse me, sir. I have some pressing matters at hand. Would you be so inclined to help out the king?
He was kind of on the verge of dismissing you, like as he's filtering through his money. When you mention the king, he pauses, and then kind of makes a face as he gets a look at you, shakes his head, closes, pulls a string to close the pouch that he was working on counting, and then just kind of holds it at his side. All right. What does the king's kobold need of me today?
It's more pressing matters of where to find what we're looking for. Are you familiar with the Mordrin family?
I mean, sounds like nobility from Torgrin, but I don't know them personally.
All right. Could you point me in the right direction? Are you familiar with the area of where they might be located?
Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay, crank down the sarcasm 6 levels real quick. Oh my god. He said, "Can you point me in the right direction?" He would have been that way. Pointed just at Torgrin, which is miles off.
I'm also asking if he's familiar with the area of where in the
yeah.
city.
He'd kind of make a face, shake his head, and shrug. Like I said, I don't know them personally. I live over here, and I just make what money I have off of the items that I can get sold. I don't especially interact with nobles outside of their wallets. I don't know anything about I don't know anything specific about that family.
All right. I appreciate your time at least. And I'll walk out.
Okay.
Joining them, shall we head to the boat? I'll explain
Go.
All right. So as we're walking, have any of you ever traveled to Torgren?
We just came from there.
That was the name of.
Yep.
Yep, Torgren
That's
is the
it.
name of the. It's the name of the kingdom and the name of the capital city.
That's where we started this whole thing. That's where we got our contract from the king.
That's where I left most of my rose petals.
Yeah, because after you broke in through the front doors, like, I'm here! Like a goddamn Disney prince.
All right. Well,
Didn't think it was
I believe one of
goddamn.
our side travels will have to be towards the city.
Oh, the king's gonna be real fucking happy with me when I bring back nothing.
Well, let's see what we can find from the boats at least.
Let's hope we can find something that can give the king some form of, hey, he's still alive somewhere, maybe.
All right.
And
Well, at this point, I'd probably simply just be focused on getting to the boat. DM.
Okay, my bad. Kind of blanked for a second.
Boat.
Okay. You all right, Nate?
Yeah, just saying boat a couple times.
Okay.
Mind you.
he has PTSD. Don't mind him.
All right. So y'all would make your way to the piers and
I don't think that's how that works.
What?
Nothing.
Okay. What?
Oh god.
I'm so confused.
It
Okay.
was a really, really subtle joke.
Meanwhile, Dime's still trying to get it.
I am. I'm blanking like crazy hard.
Isn't it past your bedtime, little man? I say it.
Are you talking to me?
No, Dime.
Anyway, so y'all make your way to the pier. Having been there earlier in the day, they would your new companions would probably be able to direct you there pretty easily, bringing you to the bringing you to where Phoenix is currently docked, and they're wrapping up their loading of the boat for loading and unloading of the boat and like prepping it for the following morning. The half orc that y'all had spoken to before is still outside the boat, kind of directing things, making sure that things are going the way they are, or the way they should and such.
All right.
Well,
What's on the boat, near the boat, around the boat?
Okay, around the boat. Well, I guess let's start on the boat. In terms of on the boat, there's a variety of just working class men going on and off. There's only a few of them left, and they seem to be taking care of like just the last few boxes. So they're kind of moving at a bit of a leisurely pace and like conversing amongst themselves as they're taking care of the last of the work for the evening. Um, Anything that you would see on the boat would just be like very few crates that may not have made it like under the deck yet. Uh, it's very much a traditional cargo ship kind of thing, and let's see, around it, like there would be the like what the fuck is it? Like the gangplank that like goes from the ship to the dock. I don't know, whatever. A bridge coming off of the boat that's they're using to go on and off. It's tied to the dock. The um much of the area around you is like like warehouse storage places that's just like stuff that would have immediately come off the boat and hadn't made its way onto the street or to the storage house yet. Uh, um, and as I said, there would be like one half orc that's just kind of directing the flow around this particular boat. Further down the pier, there would be other boats that would have similar amounts of work going on. Some of them that have already completely finished their duties for the day and are completely unmanned. Um, let's see. Oh, and on towards one end of the boat, like towards the front of the boat, you would actually see the word Phoenix written on it
Red
in fairly
paint.
large and clear letter. Is red paint what I decided on, or was that you?
That was me.
Okay. Anyway, but yeah, it says Phoenix on it, and it's spelled odd. It's Fenix. Um,
And the E is backwards.
Yes.
that's Nate again. No, they're not that brain dead.
Yeah, they are. They're being led by a half orc. What do you mean?
This half orc knows his shit, dude. Fuck you. Also, to be fair, the half orc is not necessarily the captain of the ship. He's actually like the like he's generally the mate while they're sailing. So he
Yeah,
wouldn't have
well,
been
I
the one
bet
to
the
name it.
captain's an orc.
All right, well,
Nice.
I'm going
Ted.
to approach the important-looking half orc.
Okay. He would have his back turned to you as you're approaching, and he's just kind of like watching as the men are taking care of the last of the tasks for the evening.
All right, I'm going to wave my hand and cast Mage Hand, and it's going to tap him on the shoulder.
So I'm
Yeah.
guessing Mage Hand is a cantrip.
Yes, it
Yes.
is.
Okay. Just making sure
Yeah.
I got my knowledge of the mechanics
Knowledge.
down.
Knowledge.
You gotta have knowledge.
Mage Hand's a cool spell, especially if
You're
you're
a
a rogue.
cool spell.
Oh,
Well,
thanks.
especially if you're 2 feet tall, it's helpful.
Yeah, that's
Knowledge is
true.
half the power. Or half the
Well,
battle? I don't know.
The more you know. Boo doo doo boo doo.
So the half orc kind of flinches a little bit, but like turns around, looks around. He would actually spot your companions before spotting you. He's like, "Oh, you're back. Is there is there something else you need from me?" He's quite tall, by the way, so you're probably actually just like completely out of his line of sight if you're standing close to him. Would
Hey,
you be standing close to him?
yeah. But I'm pretty sure you were referring to.
I was referring to Dhiddi. Would Dhiddi be standing close to the half orc?
Oh yeah, I'd probably be standing like 10 feet from him.
Oh, 10 feet from it. Okay, yeah. All right, never mind. In that case, he would see you. It's like, oh, you seem to have exchanged companions. But anyway, is there something else I could do for you?
I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Pertaining to the jester, I'm not even quite certain what they've asked you about him. If you mind repeating the information for me.
Yeah, sure. They asked if I had seen him, and I did. He actually came and spoke to me personally. When he came here, he told me that this was the furthest he could go in the wrong direction without drowning, and how can he explore what's right without exploring what's wrong? Didn't make a terrible amount of sense to me at the time, but that was the one thing that was definitely something that he said that stuck out to me.
Was there anything else a part of that statement? Or that poetic sentence, at least?
Not particularly that stood out to me, but in fairness, I was only able to pay so much attention. I was quite busy at the time, you see. Um,
All right. What did he do in his time here?
Well, as I said, I was quite busy at the docks. So as far as I know, he came. He spoke to me for a little while. Uh, he told me that he was on a bit of a journey for his king. And that he and shared the peculiar thing that I just shared with you, and we exchanged a few pleasantries. He believe I would
And
say he's
what was that? He said this is as far as he can go without drowning?
as far as he can go in the wrong direction without drowning. And what can he?
Was he
How,
referencing to a specific direction out over sea?
well, if I had to guess, I'd say that the sea was even further in the wrong direction.
Well, I
He
understand that, but did he reference the exact opposite direction, or
uh, he'd make a bit of a face thinking about it, and like would just shake his head. I don't think that he was referencing some specific point that he didn't mention where he was going after this.
um,
And he,
w pertaining to this being the wrong direction, on a straight line from here heading further inward into the city, um, is in a straight line from here?
straight
Do you
line.
have a map of some sort? Does
Uh,
anybody?
There's that
Um,
wall, but it's not suspicious.
I'm not concerned about the wall at the moment.
uh, I don't have a map with me, but just going straight through the city, you'll pass through some alleyways, through past several shops and stalls, eventually some homes. Um, there's actually a road that leads almost exactly straight down through the city, but as your companion just said, uh, it just leads
You
to a
said
wall.
straight through the city, correct?
From here, more or less, yes.
Hmm. All right. I appreciate that actually, very greatly. This is like the first time her facial expression would change, that you guys would have noticed so far.
Ezreal raises an eye.
I believe I have got what I have come after. I appreciate that. Good day, or good night rather.
Sure, good night. And he would just kind of turn back and call out. And it's like, all right, wrap it up, boys. And he'd be like heading towards the ship to finish with the last of it.
Um, anybody fancy going out for a little bit of shopping really quick? I need to pick up a few items.
Sure, I don't mind. Maybe we can get something to eat. Kind of starving.
No, very true. Um, Another question at hand. What were the clues that you have all found out?
Pretty
They've
much.
all been riddles. Every single clue.
Do you recall any of these riddles?
One of you wrote them down.
I feel like as a bard that probably should be a thing I would know, but actual
If you're
me
one,
as the player, no. I don't remember.
I mean, you were the one that said you were going to write it down.
Was that me?
That was you.
Then I probably had that in my bardy book of bardness. I mean, Oliver put it in his bardy book of
I have a
bardness.
book too, but if you touch it, I'll cut off your fingers.
Ezreal immediately tries to reach out and touch the book.
I mean, that was out of character statement. Like, really?
Yeah, that wasn't a character statement. Come on.
I don't remember if I actually wrote any of this down, but let me see.
You said you said that you were going to make a text file for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm attempting to find.
Where? You typed it down in one of these fucking channels, but I can't fucking find it, Dimes.
Somebody should have pinned it.
He did. That's the thing.
No, actually, I didn't pin it in Discord. I retyped it into the chat in Roll20, and I was like, "All right, there it is." Like, I actually like did that to refresh you guys' memory of it. And Nate said he was going to put it in a text file.
Okay, considering how much, since they forgot it once, can they roll like a history at disadvantage to try to remember it a second time?
I would not be opposed to that for I guess any of you.
Nope. Just trying to remember where I would have put it. D&D Shenanigans, maybe? Hey, there it is. I got it. Oh. Did I? Is my mic not working now?
It's a general store.
Yeah,
No, I mean someone left the Discord.
I think that was me.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it just dropped out for a sec.
I'm looking for a general appliance store. Maybe has
I do
food
have
and such, or a couple, things that people grab usually going through the city. Not looking for any specific weapon shops or anything.
Okay, but I did find the file.
Oh, okay. Let my character be big brain for a little bit.
Okay, you want me to read them to you from my Bardy Book of Bardness?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Bardy Book of Bardness, my ass.
Hey, I can name my books whatever I want. I'm a bard. I put bardy stuff in this book. It's the Bardy Book of Bardness.
How about you continue to be a bard before you get barded off a cliff? How about them apples?
Hey, I got Featherfall, so.
No, you don't. You got rid of it.
Oh, did I? I
Yeah.
did. What did I replace that for? I don't even remember. I would look, but I'm in a different window.
Oh,
Anyway. So the first one was a fool without a king. The king of fools I sing. Lost the time in wood, lost his rhyme for good. Was what a goblin shopkeep in Torgrin told us. The second clue we got was the furthest from here is the furthest from there, and I need to go all the way there that's halfway to here. And that was some random crime boss we ran into in Kirk. And then the one you just heard, and that's it. It's all on this page of the Bardy Book of Bardness.
All right. That makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
I now have something different to shop for now as well. Anyway, let's make haste. I believe I may have found something I need to share with you.
Lead the way.
I'm heading to the general store.
Okay. It'd be pretty easily found, although it would probably be a good bit of a walk. You would probably yeah, the best place to find one would actually probably be like towards like the northern, close to the northern exit of the city, where you would end up finding not only that but taverns and things of the sort as well. So you would probably be able to get yourself something other than hardtack for the evening.
Oh, yeah.
Shortly after
Character
doing some
doesn't want
shopping.
another day with that.
Okay, so yeah, y'all would be able to, but yeah, you would find the shop like around there, and it would be well past the stall shops of the like that were closer to the ports.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna walk into one of the buildings. or one of the shops rather.
Okay. Um,
I assume who's ever also wanted to shop for a couple things is following.
Yep.
I don't even know if I
Just
need
make a quick
anything.
browse. I'll just make a quick browse, see if I can't find it.
yeah.
All right.
Maybe some more. Oh no, wait. Ammo. Right. We
I
don't keep
need
that. Check.
to look at something to confirm something.
See, I don't even know what kind of stuff there is in D&D.
All right, I'm gonna
A
walk in.
lot of shit.
What does this store look like? What do they generally hold?
It's very standard kind of stuff. They would have most any given kind of mundane armors and equipment and stuff. Nothing terribly ornate. I think you would probably see like let's see.
Are there maybe like scrolls, maybe something like akin to having also water skins? Actually, no, I don't need water skin anymore. I forgot about it. Came in starting equipment in Explorer's Pack.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
Scrolls, some books, maybe some maps. I also am looking for a shield.
Okay. Shield would be an easy pickup. There would be
I
there
need
would
one
also
for
be
my size.
Fuck that. Just get a tower shield. What do you mean?
there would be a variety. There would be a variety of sizes. Being relatively close to Thesson, equipping gnomes is not a thing that's out of the question
Yeah,
for
but
this.
gnomes are like still tall as fuck, boy, compared to kobolds.
Like
I
what?
mean,
Only a foot taller?
No, kobolds are from 2 to 3 feet tall, and gnomes are 3 to 4 feet tall.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I'm thinking World of Warcraft.
well, I mean that's still like foot and a half to 2 feet. Like at an extreme, it would be 2 feet.
Yeah,
Um,
and then dwarves are like four
I
and a
know, but
half.
that'll still be like a little too big to like kind of lug around.
Yeah, that and you're on the bottom end of the scale.
Yes.
Um, but you would probably be able to find something that would be like functionally a buckler for a gnome. That
Oh, perfect.
yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Okay. All right.
So like,
I'll guess I'll approach the storekeeper, the owner, whoever, someone who works here.
sure, yeah. They'd be over at the counter, kind of it'd be a gentleman at the counter, just kind of dozing. It seems that he didn't actually notice the door opening. When y'all came in, he'd just kind of be like arms folded,
All right.
leaning against the counter.
I'm gonna cast Mage Hand, have it hover right next to his head, and as it does this, I'm going to dismiss it. Going to flick him on the air.
Okay, so. Oh, and
Excuse me, I'm looking for a few things.
you see him kind of looking around for a second, and then leans over the counter and peers down to you. Oh, uh, all right. He kind of slowly
First,
push
I
himself
saw.
up from the counter, and then like kind of make his way around it, and still have a hand on it while he's looking down to you. All right, what can I do for you?
First, I saw a buckler on the wall. I believe would fit my height. I would like to purchase that one. Along with, do you have any maps pertaining to the vast geography orientated around the cities?
Oh, yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, you can. The buckle will be 10 gold, and we've got some. Sorry. Yeah, we got some maps over here. He'd kind of start making his way across to like basically the side of the shop opposite the shields and bucklers and stuff. over in the same area, you would see like some blank scrolls, some books, both filled and otherwise. Um, uh, and just mixed in amongst all that, he would have a few different maps. Most of them would be rolled up, and then like at the end of a row of them, you would see one that was like flattened under like a piece of glass to show you exactly what was there. Um, he would have maps for the Kingdom of Torgrin as a whole, as well as maps for each of the individual cities. Um, yeah.
I think I'd want one that has all 4 of the cities on the map.
Okay, so just a full map of the country. Okay.
Yes.
Real
All right.
quick question: is a shield I can even use, and if I can, is that a thing I should bother getting?
What class are you?
Bard.
Pure
Bard?
bard.
So I'm
That's a
trying
no.
to. Okay. Because I was
You
looking
don't
and
have
didn't see
proficiency.
it.
But it gives you a +2 armor to. It gives you a +2 to your armor.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't
pretty
see
big.
it anywhere, so I figured probably not. But
I'm just trying to get a ridiculous AC. It's okay.
well, yeah, I'd rather have more, as much as
So,
possible, being a bard anyway.
Azrael, did you die?
Lol, is you dead?
No, I'm here.
Yay!
Oh,
I'm
are you
just
falling
relaxing in my
asleep, bro?
chair. It is getting almost fucking 3:45 here.
Mm.
I mean, same.
I only 140 here.
Which I'm honestly surprised. Do you have off tomorrow, Dimes?
I don't. I don't work until 3 o'clock, so I'm actually like mostly all right for the time being, at the least.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
But yeah, if you're just about to the point of shutting down, I think we're actually on a point where we're probably about to hit a long rest, and that would probably be a great time to stop, because I'm betting y'all aren't ready to level up.
Not quite, no.
I mean, I am.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm betting that
Get me another level up, Daddy.
yeah, I'm betting that Dhiddi is gonna just be going like level 2 rogue, if I had to guess, which is going to be like cunning action, not a whole lot else. But that's a huge improvement, so it's fine.
I mean, second level spells sounds juicy.
Fair. So yeah, you got options. Oh yeah, and then there was that thing that you were considering dabbling into. So
Yes. Should I do it? Should I do it?
I mean, that's on you. Should you do it is 100% on you. I'm totally on board with it if that's what you want to do, though. So
Oh, I really want that level 2 dip in a rogue, though.
yeah,
Do it.
yeah. Second level spells is
Yeah, I mean,
appealing, second level
artificers are half casters.
Are
Oh,
they?
but then wait, then it's rounded. It's rounded down. Fuck. Okay.
Yeah, so you would have to have 2 levels in artificer. I didn't know artificers were half casters. I thought they were
Yeah,
full.
artificers. You're saying would allow to have 9th level spells? Excuse me?
I haven't read artificer.
Oh, okay.
And you only
Gotcha.
get subclass.
Okay. Anyway, though, so you would pick out he'd pretty gladly, he'd kind of drag his feet a little bit, but he wouldn't have any problem showing you the maps and stuff and direct you over to the map of Torgrin. I have no idea how much it would cost.
Probably
11d7.
not a ton.
17.
17 copper, maybe. I don't know. I imagine it would be super cheap, like probably sub 1 gold.
I mean, paper is really, really cheap, but it really depends on how much they would really charge for it. If it's a high wealthy city, I usually say yes because they have enough scribes to mass produce.
Yeah, it would probably be the kind of context where like acquiring it would not be any real challenge. I would say.
I'll pay him 2 gold for it. I don't care.
Hey, if you're fine with that, then okay. Everybody else has been generous with payments in the first place, so sure, why not? Okay.
Yeah, like that one time where tried to pay for a meal and it was like, oh, okay, well, here's a gold. Well, you just paid for the entire party and
And then
and a
some.
roast beef sandwich. Fuck yeah. I also downed a fucking bottle of Orcs, but that was fun.
Oh
I'm
god.
not drunk, you're drunk.
I don't have a problem. You're my problem.
I'm not as think as you drunk I am.
It's occurring to me that we may be going back to Torgrin, which means we may be going back to that tavern, which means you may be getting more orc butter.
Nothing would make him happier.
Do you not see the excitement on my face?
Not
I
currently,
can
no.
see it from here.
Anyway, though,
You can't see the camera?
no,
What? It's on.
you're not visible. Anyway, so yeah, would
Yeah,
you want to
not seeing
acquire
it.
anything else beyond the map and the shield? Yeah.
What type of books does he have? Any pertaining to Arcana?
There'd be a little. The kingdom is not extremely well versed in magic. They're familiar, but like it's certainly not a prime focus. It's very much like a trading community kind of thing, and so like uh, a lot of the books that you would see would probably like um I wouldn't be surprised if you would see something along the lines of ripping people off for dummies. Um,
Mm-hmm.
uh, but yeah, like financial stuff, like there would be like histories and things, as well as a few fiction books. You would see very very little in terms of like arcane books, and anything that you did find would probably be basic stuff that you would have, given your history, probably studied as a child and memorized by this point.
Okay. Does he have any spell scrolls?
There are some blank scrolls. Let's see. Um, okay. Uh, there would be a very small collection of spell scrolls. Many of them would be like they'd pretty much all be first level spells, and all of them evocation. Um,
All of them that I don't have that I can learn, I want.
okay. I have no idea how much spell scrolls would cost. Would you be willing to
I'd be willing to pay him to have them for the night, and I would return them.
so basically like pay him to rent the spell scrolls?
Yes, for the night.
Hmm.
Depending on how many there are, depends on how long.
Huh. Oh,
Math on the fly.
not just math on the fly. Like, okay.
Bullshit math on the
So
fly.
what spells are here?
Uh. Jesus. I have no idea.
You said evocation. I'll help you out.
Yeah, I was thinking evocation, and honestly, the thing that I was like, when I was like, would you be willing to? The thing that was following that was work with me on this over time, like, and like, because like, give me time to think about it and stuff. Because
Oh,
I
okay.
have no idea, like,
Could say
on
the
any of
I
this.
shopkeep
mean,
needs to
I
close
mean,
up and come back
there's Burning
tomorrow.
Hands, Chromatic Orb, Divine Favor, Earth Tremor, Fairy Fire, Hellish Rebuke, Magic Missile, Searing Smite, Thunder Smite, Thunder Weight,
No
Witch
more
Bolt, and
burning
Wrathful Smite.
hands.
Those are all evocation.
No more
What the
burning
hell is
hands.
divine favor? Prayer and power, you have divine radiance until the spell ends your weapon attacks to the next 1d4 radiant on hit. That's neat.
But I can't learn that. So
Yeah, it's just a spell that I had never actually seen before, and I was like, "What is this?" So I wanted to
oh
read
yeah,
it.
it's interesting.
Uh, let's see. All right, I think the main ones you would find would be Magic Missile, Burning Hands, Thunder Wave. Um,
I'm sorry. Can you say that again? That was which ones?
uh, Burning Hands, Thunder Wave, Magic Missile.
Because I'm buying all of them. It's either buy or temporarily use.
yeah. I'll say Fairy Fire and Guiding Bolt as well.
Very-
And I genuinely have no idea how much a scroll would cost.
11d7.
Thank you, Nate.
I'm doing my own little check on that right now, actually. I mean, I'll barter with him. I'll pay 15 to 20 gold per scroll. Or if he's willing, I'll pay 10 gold per, and I'll return him in the morning.
Yeah, that's the correct list.
Okay.
I'm thinking what I was looking at when I did a quick look online would
Oh
actually
wait, I'm not buying
probably.
Fairy Fire. I can't.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I think with what I was looking at online actually kind of lines up relatively well with what I was suspecting. I was like thinking of a thing and I was like, that's probably highballing. I looked it up. I was like, yeah, that was highballing and this looks fair. So I think probably the standard going price for the scroll would realistically be, I would think, probably like you would probably see the spells ranging from like 40 to 50 gold per scroll. If you would like to try to borrow them, then I definitely would like a persuasion check on that. To like try to negotiate with him into doing it because
And
it's
that's an
something.
8.
8. Okay. Yeah, he would not be down for it. He's just.
What? Okay.
I'm s- I'm I'm sorry. It's not something that we normally do, and the boss sitting around, nobody's here. That I mean, like, but yeah, I could get in a lot of trouble for doing that if you ran off with him, and I can't really make sure you don't. You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand. I merely need to read them over a few times, and I will return them. I
Yeah, I get you, but I mean, it's just it's out of my hands, you know. He kind of rub his eyes a little bit.
um. So for the 4, how much would you be charging?
You know, I wasn't able to help you with that, so sure, you can have them for 160. 40 each, 160 will be fine.
Hmm. May I be able to barter off a couple of gold for each one? Maybe 5 per, if I do return them? Sort of as an agreement that I shall receive the money once I bring them back. Persuasion
Hmm.
check. I'll do another persuasion check. I swear. Come on.
he gives you a bit of a look, but sure, go ahead and give me a persuasion
16.
check. 16? Okay. He kind of stares at you for a minute, and I'll tell you what. 160 now for the 4 of them, and if you bring them back in the morning, I'll make sure that you can get a good deal on on the on buying them back. I'll see to it that it's at least somewhat in your favor. How's that?
All right. Consider it agreed upon. And I'm going to um, pull out 172 because I'm buying the shield and the map.
Okay.
Is that's a good amount of gold for 4 fucking maps.
It's one map, a
What?
shield, and 4 scrolls.
Well, yeah, but just the 160 some alone.
that wasn't for a map at all.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
wasn't here. I was in the bathroom. So.
Yeah, he was
Okay.
shopping for spell scrolls.
Okay.
Yeah, so decided on a 40 gold per scroll, and he's worked with the shopkeep that he's gonna come back in the morning and see if he can do a bit of a refund on it. Although I'll go ahead and tell you, it's not going to be a full refund, but it is going to work in your favor for it. So, but yeah, you're
I mean, that's
basically on
fine.
credit with that. So yeah.
I want my refund and I want it now.
Anyway, so
All
yeah,
right. Should we make our way towards Togren, or shall we sleep here in the city for the night?
Let's sleep for the night, and
Yeah.
then in the morning we can
All right. I would
go
at least
out
like to
to.
have a little chat with each of you before we move forward. Once we get to the
Okay.
tavern.
okay. Yeah, when y'all leave the shop, the tavern would just be a very short jaunt down the street to it. It'll be a little bit lively at the moment, being pretty early in the evening. People would be it'd be relatively packed. People of various races just kind of sitting at tables, enjoying a drink. People at the bar doing the same. A few people having meals, but altogether a fairly social gathering point at the moment. It seems that the staff on duty right now is pretty continuously in motion with the things going on.
Sorry, I'm just adjusting my gold right now.
No problem.
All right. I would like to see somebody have a higher armor class than me right now. But we'll save that for another time.
I mean, if we're going to just share with the class, what is everyone's armor class?
Don't want to talk about it.
No idea. 13.
16.
I have the highest without my shield.
You also have, I think, the lowest HP, but it's okay.
Yeah, 15 HP. It's a weird trade-off.
I have a higher chance of not being hit, but when I do get hit, it's going to hurt like a motherfucker.
No. When I get hit, that's when my next turn is casting Cure Wounds on myself.
Yeah, you're all sturdier than I am. Significantly.
I mean,
I have
you say
max
that-
of 15 HP.
I mean, you say that and then you get knocked unconscious.
But yeah, that's why I really wanted the shield, because like I have no HP to spare.
Yeah. So having high AC is a pretty good thing to work out.
Just use false life, forehead.
Okay.
Nah,
Does
I don't see my
wonders for
characters.
me.
Okay, so I guess I'd approach. I'm trying to get a room.
Okay.
How much is the room? Like
Nate, do you have anything you would want to apply to the
2,
current
3
situation?
gold a night.
Well, if we can get some kind of a discount, I guess I can play some bardiness or something.
Give me that fucking Thunderstruck by AC/DC. All right now.
You got
Acapella.
it.
I want this fucking tavern popping.
Let's see. How do I do that? I don't even remember.
Just by
It's also
being
really late.
Oh,
it's because of your background, you're able to provide lodgings for the crew. So long as you perform at the place in which you were staying, and so the staff here would be plenty accommodating and said that they would they're already quite busy, but they would definitely love to have some music for the setting. So
Yeah, and I do that song in the music bot, but I don't remember how to do it.
it's been a long time since you messed with it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's fine. We're pretty much calling it a night anyway.
there we go.
Just like Diddy said, it's a little late.
Oh
Yep.
wow.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, well, Dhiddi also wants to have a chat with everybody before we go to
That
bed.
too.
Okay. Yeah, 20 performance. You would definitely start accruing some tips in addition to the free lodgings for you and your friends.
Woo, woo.
Oliver's making some money.
See, I can be good at my job. People always
Hey,
say,
who said it was a job?
Uh,
job,
frankly,
hobby, whatever.
Quite frankly, I'll figure out the specifics of what you end up acquiring from the performance. Well, you know what?
20 gold.
Um,
I'm guessing as tips, it would probably just be like smaller change,
let's,
You don't,
You have like 300 copper pieces.
No, you have 300 of them.
like, you don't give a street musician $20 bills.
Yeah,
Or
that's why you get.
you probably
I mean,
don't.
that's what I thought, and then I did the first scene that I played in Kay's campaign.
Yeah, but they're also dumb rich.
I know, but still, like,
So
the
like the little
mentality
bit of
of
money they threw you, what's changed to them is like a lot of money to you. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, but this is pretty, like,
Oh, how much money
middle
did you get again? I
class, I
forget what it was.
guess.
You said, how much did I give you?
Now, how much did I give you?
Oh, how much did you give me? It was 172 was how much you paid.
No. In my campaign, how much did you get? I
Oh.
forget.
Oh, shit. Let's see. I want to say I started the campaign with like 215 gold or something, and I walked away from the first scene that I was in with 277. So you gave me like 62 gold after applying the other players paying me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and 5 silver.
Oh yeah.
Can't forget the 5 silver. God forbid.
It might matter. You don't know.
Now you just need to turn that into electric because people use it.
No, they don't. They use it exactly as often as Americans use half dollars.
They save them. They put them in jars and never touch them again until they're all out of circulation.
$2
Anyway, over the course of your performance throughout the night, the patrons in the area or in the tavern would end up accumulating tips into the total of about 35 gold.
Okay,
that was pretty close.
Oh, hey.
It's only
199.
15 off.
It probably would have been a mixture of coins, but whatever. 35 gold shorthand is fine by me.
I go up to the counter and change all the loose change into gold. I'm sure that's a thing they would allow. Probably. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe not in a tavern.
That'll be fine.
Maybe for a price of 5 gold. It's like it's a fine to do so.
Well, I mean, like
So
his
I made
performance also would have
60
been
gold.
his performance would have also been like increasing their business, and so like they probably would see it as like, you know what, that's fine, it works out, everybody wins. So yeah.
After all wrapping it up, before we all went to our rooms, I would have mentioned to each and every one of you, meet me in my room before we all go to bed.
Okay.
Ooh, scandalous.
Late night, kobold booty call.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god, that is wrong on too many levels.
All right, so everything wraps up. I assume everybody ends up making their way up to Dhiddi's room.
Yep.
Margaret would have had
Yeah,
like
this-
1 or 2 drinks, but like nothing to get inebriated or anything.
Would you do anything irresponsible tonight, Azrael?
I'm fucking have a bottle of orange butter ready for the night. Yeah, we're going ham, boys.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
I haven't had anything to drink yet. It's just a bottle. Have a bottle of it.
Okay. I mean, like the bottle's gonna be hella expensive. Do you like actually want to see if they have Orcs butter at this location and purchase an entire bottle of it?
It depends on how much orange butter is. Then if not, I'll have a.
I'd like to remind you that I believe like the shot glass that you had was like 6 gold.
Oh, okay. Well then I'll just carry a shot glass with me, but haven't had anything out of it yet.
Okay.
So 6 gold detracted from my pouch.
Sure. We'll say that they had some work sputter. That's fine. Okay, so as everybody starts filing into your room, as Azrael comes in, you would notice a very pungent scent. Extremely strong smell. Um, the glass that he's got with him seems to have a liquid in it that seems fairly thick.
Would it be safe to assume that during the performance, um, I could have had time to ritual cast Find Familiar?
Yeah, that would it probably would have taken, I would think, most of the. Well, I don't know. I guess that depends on when y'all would actually want to turn in and when he would stop. But yeah, it would be completely reasonable to have cast it over the course of the performance, I would think.
Okay. So when you walk into the room, the owl's probably just sitting on the table quietly. It's a which owl did I go with again?
You compared it to a great horned owl. You did
Yes,
definitely
the
say
great
it was
horned
a
owl.
Upon seeing the owl, Margaret would let out kind of a glad, "Oh, thank God, it was a familiar."
Yes, it certainly helps to distribute magic in niche ways.
Well, I
Um,
assure you that I had no intentions of doing any damage to your creature. Cursed blood, that stuff happens.
Wild
I,
magic.
I'm glad everything worked out in the end, but yes.
all right.
For the record, she
Uh,
doesn't call it wild magic because she doesn't know wild magic is a thing. It's just cursed blood to her.
Mm.
I would say
Is that a
along
thing
one
a
of the
bard? No.
nightstands, my fur coat and half plate armor would be kind of a little draped over the edges of the nightstand, and I'm simply dressed in regular common clothes. But you guys probably don't realize how much of a twig kobolds are.
Yeah, they're basically stick figures.
Yeah. I weigh by myself a total of 20 pounds.
So this would basically be a point where
It's a
y'all
fourth of me.
they would be getting their first real look at just how much, for lack of a better term, girth your clothing and armor was adding to you.
Oh, a lot.
And the thing is, like, you still look slim while wearing all of that.
Yeah, that's the insane thing.
Okay. So yeah, I assume everybody
Um,
comes in, gets settled.
I believe we should at least have introductions and at least bring forth some information that everybody would gain benefits from, as it seems we are all looking for the jester.
Well, since we're doing a team meeting, who wants to go first with introductions?
Margaret would shrug and kind of step forward. So I'm sure you've picked up my name by now. My name is Margaret. Without basically giving you like a half an hour, bardic rendition of my life, let me spell it out in very brief terms. I was an acolyte. I loved my order. I got dumped by my order because of my cursed blood. Now I don't fucking care. That's Margaret.
All
She would
right.
refer to herself in third person like that.
And you have the wings, correct?
Yep.
Mhm.
Let me roll history, DM, for knowing what an ASMR is. Probably during child studies. That's an ooh. What's my history mod? That's an
Okay.
11 total.
11 total. Um, you would have a pretty vague recollection of specifics on them. You would probably have like memories of your parents like referencing them while talking to you, but they wouldn't have really gone into any kind of detail on them. They might have compared them to celestial or angelic beings, but wouldn't have had any real details beyond that.
And I see you are of at least angelic blood.
Correct. Both of my parents. Absolutely nothing wrong with them. In fact, they're high-ranking members of the church. But yeah, cursed blood somehow. We don't know where.
All right. And you, tall one who's adorned in the armor.
I am Azrael. I was once a knight of the Grey Paladin, betrayed by one of my close friends and left to die in a battle. I was approached by a lich, resurrected to be his slave as a blackguard, and now I want his head
Okay,
on a
can I?
pike.
Okay, DM. I think you know what I want to roll history for.
Um, any number of things that he just said.
My character isn't intrigued by the Great Paladins,
Okay.
so I wouldn't. I'm not asking for that.
Okay. So about liches then, I suppose.
No, I would assume my father taught me about weird magic like that, or at least told me about it, right?
I mean, it's very well within the realm of plausibility, I would say.
Okay.
So I think now we've gone through the list of things that you aren't asking for. So, ah, okay, um, okay, sure. If you want to roll, then go ahead.
Oh, a 12.
Hmm. Um, uh, I think it's fair to say in this particular context that like this information would be escaping you. You would not have you would not be coming across that information in your memories. So yeah.
Okay. And you are, I believe they said your name was Oliver.
Yep, I'm a bard. Wander, do stuff. Sometimes people hate me. That's about it.
Sipping on his orc's butter.
All right. My name this will be the first. This is the first time I've said it. My
Actually,
name.
hold on a second. He just said something that's important. Give me a con save.
Okay.
While that's going on,
You did just sip, so
Here we go.
while that's going on,
Margaret would look over at Azrael as he does that and be like, "Are you seriously drinking that stuff again?"
Look, first of all, I'm not fucking downing it like an idiot like I was, okay? So let me have this.
Could you do it in another room? That stuff smells like orc vomit.
Look. Shush.
um his speech would be gradually getting more and more slurred as he's talking to you.
Look.
You wouldn't be struck as heavily as you were the last time.
Why is
So
camera go? Is that supposed to be?
what? Anyway,
Yeah.
It's working on my
I don't see
screen at
anybody on
least.
camera.
Whatever. Go on.
Anyway, so yeah, you would be definitely feeling the effects of it, but it wouldn't be just like overwhelming you like it did the last time. So yeah, that's about where we are. Sorry for the delay on that. Carry
all
on.
right. I apologize. My name is Dhiddi. There's not much important information. I simply have trained in the arts of magic. I'm a cleric of. This owl here, my friend, as I'll pat his head. This is Arthur.
And a wonderful kind of. I'm sorry.
What I wanted to actually bring to
No.
possible attention as to something that came off as kind of odd that half orc had stated. As I'll grab the map that I have sitting on the table, and I'll open it and spread it over. What am I looking?
You would see a layout of the kingdom. In the center, there's a thicket of forest. It covers honestly about as much ground in the middle of the map as any of the cities. It appears to have been cleared out in a roughly diamond shape to account for roads in between each of the four cities.
Okay.
In the west, there is a city. There's the city of Kurik. Even just from the layout of the map, you can tell that the city is much more run down than any of the others. Um, um, the map would have probably come with a small amount of information explaining that mostly things about like the financial status of the different cities and their crime rates. The so far as anything on that would have said, the Keurig would have a dismal financial situation and the crime rate is extremely high. Um, the To the south would be Thesson, which you would be somewhat familiar with at this point. Um,
Mm-hmm.
to the west is
That was a
St-
clockwork place.
yeah, that was the Clockwork Place.
Okay.
To the east would be Stin, the place that you are currently in. And it uh, the let's see, Thesson is let's see, in terms of population and stuff. Like I think I said that that would probably be in the brochure or the information that came with the map as well. Keurig would easily be like the or well, not easily. It would be a little bit lower in population than Stin. Most of Stin's population would be people visiting from the neighboring cities or people sailing in to the port. So people living in Stin would be very low. Crime rate there is fairly high, largely due to like negligence and stuff from the guard. Uh, and then to the north would be where you would see like the largest city, basically crowned with the castle, like furthest to the north.
Oh, that's Torgrin.
Yeah, the city of Torgrin would be to the north, and the castle there would take up a pretty decent portion of the top part of the map. It would seem like a quite flourishing place just based on the layout that the map offers, but nothing heavily ornate at the very least from like the southern reaches of the city. It seems that most of the nobility would probably live in the northern section, like surrounding the castle.
Okay. Anything else on this map other than the cities? Are there like mountains?
Um,
You said that was a port. Is that like for a port of like a lake or something? Or
it would be a port going into an ocean that's one of the it's a fairly small ocean, so like there's or a fairly small sea, I guess. Yeah, it would be more sea rather than ocean, but anyway, so yeah, to the east of the kingdom itself there would be a sea that's fairly small and the port would offer as connection to various other cities of varying size, which it would use as various trade routes. That would probably be knowledge that would be offered about Sten rather than information that's on the map itself. Like, um, let's
there's
see.
nothing in the um area pertaining in the diamond other than the cities, or
Um, let's see. Other geographical areas like to the south of Thesson would be like open plains and like lightly wooded areas extending further down towards other kingdoms and such. Um, and then like north of Torgrin itself would be like mountain range, and much of that would start to extend towards Keurig, and like foothills would largely be what would be past Keurig itself, further to like the west and west southwest kind of direction. Um, and what was the other thing you said? The last question you asked?
were there any like mountains, like big environmental things?
Yeah. That would okay. Yeah, then I think I've more or less covered that at the very least in terms of immediately surrounding.
Hmm.
But yeah, in terms of just like in the diamond area itself, it's pretty clear. Uh, it's a pretty clear area. Like it's fairly well cleared out, like to make clean walkways, like and roads and stuff, so that people would be able to move between the cities fairly easily. Nothing really intersects through the woodland though.
Okay. Now, Margaret, this is where the not Margaret, Oliver. What were
Yes.
those riddles again?
Let me get out my Bardy book of Bardiness real quick.
That specific.
I got
What was it? What was the thing that Half-Orc told me again? This is as far as he can go without drowning
Yeah, as far as I can go in the wrong direction.
yeah,
in the wrong direction.
I've got that.
In the wrong direction while drowning. And I forget the later half.
And how can I know what is right without exploring what is wrong?
Do you want me to make another con save?
Sure, go for it.
Hell yes.
One
You
tequila,
end up
two
like
tequila, 3 tequila floor.
I feel like it's reasonable to say that in the drunkenness that was kind of hitting you a little bit from the previous sip, you end up pouring just a little bit further than you meant to it. Oh. You know, one of those moments.
This stuff is good. Think I'll have another sip. I takes
Oh boy.
a little more.
Anyway, Oliver, while he continues to intoxicate himself, what were those riddles?
You want all three of them?
Please.
Okay. First one. Should I just copy this or do you want me to just say it? Like,
Either works.
okay. Just to save us a bit of time, I'm just gonna copy paste them into the Discord or the Roll20.
I mean, prefer just.
Okay. Because I'm assuming this is more for your benefit than.
I think it would be for everyone's benefit, so that way they don't forget it.
The half stated in a straight line from the sea would lead straight through the city. So the furthest from here is the farthest from there, and they need to go all the way there. That's halfway to here. Who was it again that had said that, and where was he?
Believe that was the guy on the boat. Was the one that gave us that?
Pertaining to the map, where?
I point in the vague direction of like where that is on said map that we're looking at, I guess. It's gone now, so.
Oh no, he's referring to his map, which would be like the full map of like the full kingdom, which
Okay.
I don't have a map that I could really like provide for that. Sorry.
Then I'd be pointing kind of to the eastern edge of where the city is, I guess.
Where's that on the map, DM? I'm sorry.
The one that he's referring to is actually the city that you're currently in.
Yeah, Stin. It was boat guy, Phoenix. That boat.
That was in Thesson? We're in Thesson,
Stin.
right?
Thesson is to the south. Stin is
south.
Yeah, Stin is to the east, which is where you are now.
Yeah.
So you heard that from someone who was here in this city.
Yeah. Guy on boat.
Yeah, about right.
Mm.
Yep.
I'm very sad right now.
Why is that, DM?
Surprised nobody's pointing out that Dimes is pretty close to DM.
Did that man that you spoke to that gave you that riddle, did he speak of where there might meet, might be?
I don't think so. It was just Jester being Jester, I guess.
Damn. Just speak.
I would absolutely love to stop by the Institute. But if we're still speaking on straight, does it actually fit on the map to go all the way straight across to the city on the west?
In order to go in a straight line from where you are to the city on the west, you would be passing through the woods. But it would be, at the very least, theoretically possible in order to pass through a massive trees in order to do so.
All right.
Eat. Going through
Should
woods.
we try to follow along the straight line? Maybe the Jester had taken himself over to, what's the city in the west?
Keurig.
Keurig, my bad.
No, you're good.
Best clue we've got, basically. Seems a good idea to me, anyway. But I'm
Yeah, I can't
just
say
a
I can
bard.
think of anything better.
Hey,
It's either we take our way straight into the forest of which seems to be at least a good way to keep yourself hidden, if there are even safe places here. I'm not too familiar with the forest. Does anyone else here?
sadly, we all went the main road. So I'm just, and then
All right,
Asriel downs the rest of it.
I
Here
believe
we
I
go.
would like to take a trip over to Thesson,
Now.
although that would be severely selfish if I wanted to go to Thespen, come back here, and then start walking through the forest. I want to have a few words with somebody, somebody that knew the Jester.
Not me.
That
Quite frankly-
would be that would be the now blackguard that is probably near or is already blacked out.
Oh, not you. He's speaking about a woman. Are you a coochie wielder?
I thought you were talking about the jester.
He was talking about speaking to someone who knew the Jester that
Wink,
that
wink,
Dhiddi
nudge,
had
nudge.
potentially run into.
Any of you against actually traveling to Thesson? Then back once again to follow along this track?
Not particularly. I don't got
The
nothing to
only-
do.
Yeah, the only time constraint, to my knowledge, that we're under, it's the Jester himself. So as long as it's basically still moving us towards that direction, I don't care.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Well, is there in the forest? Does on the map does it show there's an open area in the forest somewhere?
No, so far as the map shows, it is just completely covered in trees. It would have extremely little in the way of even gaps in between them. Just very, very thick woodland. As far as the map is concerned.
I don't want to metagame because my character, I assume, wouldn't have paid attention because he was ritual casting, or excuse me, she was ritual casting Identify at the time after we fought the goal. I'm curious as to where that red spire was. Would she be able to see it still, and where we could probably figure out where on the map that might be? Maybe have like at least a really, really shitty general direction.
It would be burned fairly well into Margaret's mind, just because it would be the second time she's seen it. So she could probably give like a rough idea as to where it would be on the map.
Would you allow for like an intelligence check on that?
I was actually leaning towards survival because I would associate it with navigation.
True. I don't mean to mitigate.
Yeah, I know. It's just this is one of those things at this point. But yeah, if Margaret would like to roll survival to see if you can kind of have an idea of like where it would.
It is here.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
So yeah, you would in looking at the map, it largely you would be kind of trying to recollect the position of it. It would have been fairly well centered, but let's see, it probably would have been just like very slightly like off to the west, perhaps a little bit from like just a little west off center from in the forest. Would have been about where you would have seen that spire.
Okay. Yeah, the Margaret would point it out on the map, basically say, now, I'm not super familiar with the maps or the areas, but as far as I can tell, I think it would be right about here. She would point to it at them on the map.
Is she pointing to any specific area in the forest that's open, or is it still just dense
It's
wood?
according to the map, it would still appear to be completely dense woods.
I
All
only
right.
saw the tip
I'll
of the
take out
tower.
my quiver and dip it in my ink bottle, and then circle the point that she had marked.
So we're just going to assume that Azrael at this point is just blacked out drunk.
Pretty much.
Because I'm pretty. The con save says it all.
He's dead, Jim.
Ice my rolls there. 13 to 6 to 13 again to 6. I think we lost dimes.
No, I'm here.
He's just thinking, probably.
I mean, like, oh, you're asking about like how drunk you are, I guess.
I'm pretty sure he's just blacked
Very.
out now.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Yeah, I mean, like, you slammed a shot of it and maintained consciousness before. Now you're sipping at it, so like it's messing you up, but you're not gonna like lose consciousness over it. But you might vomit later potentially.
Oh,
I
okay.
do have a very, very random question. Hopefully, you don't take it in the wrong context. I require exactly 123 pieces of gold.
For
Margaret would look to the unconscious dude on the floor and say, well, he's provided me the money, all of the money that I've required to basically join this little shindig up until now. I can't say I imagine he'd miss it. I just don't want to know about it. And at that point,
Don't
Margaret would say,
you fucking touch.
That's actually a good sleep sound effect. I like it.
That was really good. Yeah, that was a good snore. Wait, you actually require 1, 2, 3 gold?
Yeah.
I love it.
yep.
Yeah, let me open it up again. Let me check my gold. How much I have right now. Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
That makes me so happy.
Oliver would ask what it's for.
It is for some personal utility, for what I can offer to the group as a whole.
To which
I could-
Margaret would nod and say, again, as long as I don't see it, have at it.
I could give you 99.
Excuse me, sir. I'm mage hand. Poke him straight in the forehead.
Poking who now?
The
Azrael?
almost unconscious man. Yeah.
Ah,
Bless you.
what?
How do you feel about parting with 123 gold pieces?
Just-
Sounds great.
I fucking fumble a platinum piece and just black the fuck out again.
As I said, he's covered my expenses up until now, so
I don't
Wait. Oh
And
wait.
as
fucking.
a
Wait.
quick
You
refresher,
run platinum as a multiplied by 10 compared
um,
to how it is in the PHP.
actually, I was actually about to say, as a reminder, I run platinum as 100 gold pieces. That was kind of a fumble on my part, but I've decided to just roll with it.
I
Okay.
can give the other 23 if you want.
Very much.
Okay. So that puts me down to 176.
And time for me to spend 4 hours doing very specific things.
And I'm very comfortable with you being able to use that particular amount of money to acquire the inks and things that you need to do those specific things.
I mean, I sort of assumed that I had a lot of ink to practice studies with that I might have brought with me from my home.
Well,
Is that
my understanding is like that in order to like transcribe a spell into being functionally in your spell book, like you have to spend like the gold expenditure in order to add it is for the purpose of like acquiring special inks and things that would be required for that. And so that's the gold cost. So that's what I was referring to.
oh, I was thinking as a spellbook has a link to whoever uses it, and it merely gets consumed or um, turned uh, turned into magical writing in the spellbook. That's how I run it in my campaign, at least.
Hmm. I think that what I was saying is actually like in the player's handbook, but I
The
could
hell
just be
was that?
wrong. I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not either. I'm just saying that's how I run it in my campaign.
Yeah. But either way, anything that you would require would be accessible for you. I mean, you are like immediately down the street from a shop that was able to help you out, and the guy would probably
Hmm.
be asleep on the counter, but still capable of helping you.
So are we all for heading south?
Fine by me.
Yeah, sure. No.
Isn't it
That means
north,
yes.
though?
About what time in the afternoon would it be?
Uh, at
I'm
this
using my
point,
headset.
it would I think especially after the time spent with like in transit time in addition to the Oliver's performance, it would be after dark at this point. Probably like in the 7 to 8 p.m. kind of range.
Ooh, now I got any math. Okay. Shall we pick up around 9 a.m. Meeting in the tavern room at least. Meet there for breakfast.
Yep.
Yeah. Doing the
They give me just enough time to do all the things I want to.
Yay.
All right. Is there anything else of importance that we need to bring into the light?
Well, who wants to help me carry him back to his room this time?
We could just push him out the window.
Hmm, would be
I
easier.
am not the strongest. I will say the lightest a kobold typically weighs is like 25 pounds, and I weigh 20. I am very flimsy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Margaret would shrug and say, I mean, I can help, but don't expect much. Brute force is not my forte.
Same. Think between the two of us, we can schlep him out of here.
We can see.
Don't touch me. I'm contagious.
I'm going to move my mage hand over and flick him on the ear.
Yeah,
Should we do strength
already-
checks to
Strength
see if we
checks.
get it, or drop him down the
Hey.
stairs by accident?
I already went. Cool. Not even left.
No, I'm not gonna make y'all wrestle with strength checks in order to move him from one room to another. Y'all
Would
wouldn't
it
be.
be fun?
Yeah.
Okay, no, not fun. Funny. If you don't want to do that, fine. I just thought it was.
Nah, I mean, like, I think the technical thing here is that like it would fall within like your carry, drag, and push capacities and stuff, and I'm sure that you are within their drag capacity, especially combined.
Well, we can just each grab a leg, drag him by the face. It'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go.
All you hear is my fucking helmet clinging against the fucking floorboard. Just kung, 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 kung.
Okay. But yeah, sounds like everybody's inevitably going to be retiring to their rooms after taking care of any mandatory business,
Oh.
such as what DD seems to have planned.
Yeah, I enjoy being big brain like this.
Okay.
Because all four, I'm going to end up with no fucking coins, but
Uh-huh.
it's happening. This is man. No wonder wizards are so fucking broke.
Yup. Yup, magic is not free,
Mhm.
unfortunately.
I love those times where like DMs make spell scrolls so fucking cheap. I'm like, yeah, give me everything you have in the store that's a different spell.
How much were you how much would you charge? How much would you have charged for those scrolls?
It really depends. In Bavrum, if they would have seen a spell book on you, they would have charged you a heavy fee to have enough time with it to copy it into your spell book. You were not allowed to purchase the scroll.
Interesting.
But say you were, um, if you are a lesser wizard that couldn't cast those level spell slots, you could purchase them for a lot more than the typical price. But if you were a sorcerer, they'd be a lot cheaper.
That's okay.
But when I'm talking about specific prices, heft. Level 1 scrolls, depending on what shop you go to, is between 25 gold and 80 for first level. I assume this is where we're also going to end this session.
Yeah, I believe so. I'm sorry for this dead silence there. I was reading something that had a really fascinating name.
Give you a fancy name.
And discovered there's such item as a failed experiment wand.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually really fucking good.
I remember that quest from RuneScape.
Green flamed fireball and blue lightning bolt. You can cast however many times a day.
Fancy.
But yeah, everybody gets to level up to level 4.
Hell yeah.
Teen. Just kidding.
Then I'll
Not
look
14,
into
just 4.
what I can do then.
But yeah, we'll let you know that they are half casters. They only learn 5th level spells at level 19.
Interesting. I will say that in terms of leveling up for those of you of pure class, I think that level 4 is just going to be a small amount of additional spell slots for levels that you already have, and then ability score increase or a feat, your pick. The ability score increase is just going to be like +1 to 2 different stats or +2 to a single stat.
Yeah, for my character, I don't even know what those are.
Never
I don't
gonna
know what
say.
ASI/feats are. Yeah, it's just like not gonna happen.
To do 2 points into comp.
Oh, okay.
I will say I'm going to go into that one that we had on the one-on-one session because I feel like I have to do it now.
Oh Jesus, too much.
That was my HP roll.
That's
So that's not bad.
a good roll. Nice.
What is the? Oh, the hit die's a D8. Oh, okay.
Okay, cool.
Hey, I
Yeah.
got 21 max HP now. Let's go, guys. I went up by
Nice.
6.
Should I do that
nice
too?
roll. If you so desire, unless you would prefer to take the average of it, you are free to do whichever you please. Being D8s, you would have 5 plus your Constitution modifier, or you can roll a D8 and add your Constitution modifier to the result.
5 plus my constitution, so either 5 or whatever a D8 comes out to.
Right.
And mine's a D8 as well, isn't it? I think.
No, we I pulled some strings, and you have D10s.
Right. Okay.
I
I
think
like
I'm
you say
just
pulled some strings when it was really just a decision.
I'm just gonna go with the 5
Okay.
because I don't want to end up rolling like a 1 or a 4. 6, 7, 8 would be
Well,
I will let
nice,
you guys
but
know it will be very fucking difficult for you to understand what I'm playing now. Oh my god, what is this? This
What do
is
you even
from
get at first level?
magical tinkering.
Plus.
Okay.
D5 Artificer.
So I get 10 HP.
Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, actually, when you increase your Constitution score by 2, your modifier increases, thereby increasing your HP by your character level. Because for all of the levels that you had an HP roll, you add your Constitution modifier as it is for your current level, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, so
So,
essentially, let's say you have a D10. If we're just gonna make it simple, D10s for everyone. So you have 40 HP maxed out. Let's say that was max. If you had a con of 12, which is a +1, you'd have 44 HP. So if you increased that up to a 14, you would get an additional 1 HP per level. So that'd be 48 you'd be at. So you're getting 2 per level.
yep. So you're gonna add your 6 plus your current Constitution modifier plus 3, basically, which I believe you said you increased con by 2, which puts you at 18. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Is it 18 or 19? It's 18,
It's
right?
18. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, then for this current level, you with everything that you did, you're gaining 6, 10, 13 HP.
42.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Shut up, stomach.
Let's see, magical tinkering and spellcasting.
Mm-hmm. Also, ritual casting. So I can now ritual cast in 3 different ways.
Oh, okay. All right. I see now. All right. I see what you're talking about. I was thinking that as a half caster, you wouldn't actually. Oh, you wouldn't actually gain any spell casting, or you wouldn't actually gain any spell slots from it because you're multi-classing, so it rounds down. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let me double check.
I'm actually not 100% sure if that's entirely accurate. It sounds right, but I'm not. I'm not certain of it.
What's my con save now? Shit.
Oh.
Think I might have to lay off the orcs.
Exactly, one of you knows what I'm referring to when I say this, but there's a con save coming up, and I'm looking forward to it.
It's because of me vomiting, isn't it?
No, it's not. It has absolutely nothing to do with you vomiting.
What? But does it deal with me in general?
it's not dealing with me.
I mean, you say that.
It is rounded down.
It is rounded. That's kind of sad, but I suppose that probably would be like the only way to really make it work, because otherwise you could just like dip into a half-caster class and suddenly have a spell slot increase as though you had taken a whole class, and then never look at that class again and still be benefiting from the spell slot increase as though it were the same as a regular caster.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I get more spells known,
Which matters.
but I have 3 first level spell slots.
Dude, same.
But no, but that's still after level 4 what I have. If you're level 4, you have 3 first level spell slots and 2 second, I think.
Yeah, Blackguard is actually a half-caster, though. It basically steals the spellcasting from Paladin.